From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Our radio.
All right, a very good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the Power Radio. This is a very special edition of the International Democracy Day. We are live on location at the Forum Civ International Democracy Day conversation and event. We are going to be having a half day or so day discussing the state of democracy as it stands, and we are live from the University of Nairobi campus. So if you're around town, please make your way here. And before I much further ado, I want us to get into our first interview of the day. Who better to have this discussion than Ms. Chelimo from Forum Civ? She will be telling us what we are doing here, why is it so important for us to discuss issues around democracy, and what we can do as Kenyans, as a collective, to ensure that the discussion of democracy is being propelled. So it's really good to have you, Chelimo. How are you? How are you doing?
Thank you very much, Anne, for having me. I'm doing very well.
Yes.
And happy International Day of Democracy
Happy
to you.
International Day
and
of
to
Democracy.
everyone who is listening to us.
Yeah. So maybe just a little introduction for the people who are watching and they might not know who you are.
My name is Chelimo Njoroge.
Mm-hmm.
I serve at Forum Civ. I work at Forum Civ managing programs.
Yeah.
Programs that work with democracy, governance, gender equality, climate justice.
Yes.
And I'm also an active citizen. I'm a Kenyan and I love our country.
Right.
Yes.
So International Democracy Day. The theme, this year's theme, from what I understand, is reclaiming democracy.
Yes.
Yes.
So we are pushing for conversations to reimagine democracy.
Yes.
And really, from voice to action, what can we do more than the conversations that we have been having and talking about democracy in our country today?
Right.
Yes.
So as it stands, first of all, tell the people, why is it so important for us to engage in conversations around democracy? Why have you set up this event, and why is it so important for us to have such spaces?
So to just begin is to say that democracy is when the people are at the center of power. When Article 1 of the Constitution, which says that all sovereign power belongs to the people, is seen, is achieved, that is democracy. And in Kenya, we have democracy where we can practice it directly as our citizens, but we also have delegated democracy where we have elected leaders that come to represent us at different levels. And we exercise our democracy by electing them to represent us. So why it is important to have this conversation and why everyone needs to be on board is because this is how our voices are felt and heard. Democracy gives us constitutional right to ensure that our voices are taken into consideration at all levels, from electing our leaders to ensuring that the laws that we have in our country are relevant. And having these celebrations commemorating the International Day of Democracy then allows us to think about where we are as a country in terms of our democracy and to really ask, what more can we do? How far can we go? That still is enshrined in our constitution, and what more can we continue to challenge our leaders to do? And this day is hence very important for us to celebrate the miles, but also to check what is it that is going wrong? Why are we not enjoying the fullness of the Constitution, including Article 37 of the Constitution that says that we all have the right to picket, to protest, so long as we do it peacefully and unharmed. So why we're doing this is because Article 1 of the Constitution says, we the people shall, and democracy then affirms that And unless we have that,
Yeah.
we need to continue talking about democracy.
Yes, but living in Kenya, there's a lot of talk about a declining democratic space, right? And there's, democracy is clearly under threat. But then here comes Forum Civ, part of the civil society, and ensuring that we are having conversations in terms of salvaging what is left of our democracy. So what then becomes the role of organizations like Forum Civ and the civil society in ensuring that we are vouching for democracy to continue?
Our key role is to safeguard,
Right.
to safeguard democracy. As you've rightfully said, we are living at a time where, because the constitution is greatly undermined by our leaders, the democracy as we see it is not fully being experienced or achieved. So what I see as the role of especially civil society, and that doesn't negate the citizens, because this is also the role of the citizens. Our role is to ensure that democracy is safeguarded at all costs. We need to find spaces that we are not fully experiencing our democracy. And as I mentioned, democracy is when the people can be able to fully exercise the power and be at the center of decision making.
Yes.
So until we can feel that, experience that, we need to fight for our democracy, we need to safeguard it, and hence conversations like we're having today are so important.
Right.
So here at the International Day of Democracy, I don't know if I should continue. I just wanted to say
please.
what. Yes. So
Yes.
of course we have our Power Radio here.
Yes.
But we also have just conversations through art,
Yes.
through videos that people can interact
Yes.
on democracy. We will also have key guests that will be just sharing with us, including an excellent panel from Gen Z to different legal people and people in government, including IPOA and Kenyan National Human Rights Commission. So we are keen to just listen to one another and ask, yes, our constitution safeguards our democracy,
Yes.
but Ninini, what has happened?
Yes.
Why are we falling short
Yeah.
in achieving or experiencing, enjoying the democracy in our country?
Right.
Yeah.
I know you gotta go.
Yes, I have to go.
This is your day. As
Yes,
we
I
wrap
have to
up,
go.
tell us, what can people expect on today's conversations? What is the lineup looking like?
Yes.
Yes.
So we have the retired CJ, David Maraga, who will be giving the provocateur remarks
Okay.
today, and we are really looking forward to that. We also have the Embassy of Sweden. We have leadership from the University of Nairobi that will be speaking into it.
Okay.
We have a lot of activists. We have cricket rights. We
Yes.
have Dominion. We
Exhibition
have
by
Nile
Power
Daughter.
254.
Yes, we have the exhibition of what we see as democracy through art
Yeah.
by Power 254.
Yes.
Africa Uncensored have also put up a video also showcasing democracy through video. And then we have a great lineup, as I mentioned, of panelists. So we have panel from the president of Machakos University. First time a young lady has been elected in that position. She'll be sitting in the panel. We have two other students from the University of Nairobi. All these are Gen Zs, speaking to the conversation. And then we have IPOA, which is the actual oversight for police.
Yes.
And of course, with all the police brutality that we are seeing, so they are very important for this conversation. The
Yeah.
National Human Rights Commission will be in that panel. And then we have legal people. We have Hussein Khalid from Vocal Africa.
Right.
And Eric Mukoya from International Commission of Juries. So we have an excellent lineup today.
Okay.
And we're really looking forward to both hearing from Gen Z and the experts on miles and misses with regards to democracy, even as we celebrate
Right.
this International Day of Democracy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Check out Forum Civ online, their website, to get more information about this. Chelimo, thank you so much for making the time to speak to us.
Thank you for having
all
us.
right. That has been our time with Chelimo at the International Democracy Day. We are live from the University of Nairobi. It's a half day full of conversations there from various partners, from what she has been able to ascertain to us. And we are going to be really engaging in conversations about democracy, what is happening in the space of democracy, from citizens to the CSO space, and how well can we ensure that we are creating that awareness and also creating the spaces for us to continue deliberating on issues around democracy. Let me take a quick breather. When we come back, we get into our next interview. So do keep it Power Radio for a live coverage of the happenings as they happen, live and direct from the International Democracy Day, live at the University of Nairobi Town Campus.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
Nilikuona juzi kwa TV, quality yako better than my screen. Katoto mbele kanaenda, nyuma kamebeba kiwe unapendeza. But love is blind. I don't know if she is mine. Mkimuona uko nje, mwambie naona giza, ama niwe umenizimia stima. This love is giving me some shivers, akina shika fever. Hey, naje unifuatilie, unisikizie, unikamatie. My love, my love, my love. Naje nikufuatilie, nikusikizie, nikukamatie. Maybe then I'll know if this love is real.
Wala waridi, wewe ni wangu baby na kudhamini. Nisikize kwa makini na kuhimiza, 'cause you're my baby, baby you are pretty. You make me smile, baby make me go cheesy. I can't believe unanifanya hivi, na ndio maana mimi nakuimbia.
Naje unifuatilie, unisikizie, unikamatie. My love, my love, my love. Naje nikufuatilie, nikusikizie, nikukamatie. Maybe then I'll know if this love is real.
Leo nimekam na champagne, your screw iko well, 'cause I want to screw with you, want to screw with you.
Na candles pia nimeseti, nitimize nilioagiza. Kwa igiza nikuonyeshe mimi ndio visa. Na candles pia nimeseti, nitimize nilioagiza. Kwa igiza nikuonyeshe mimi ndio visa.
Nimetoka kecha, nimevalia suit and tie. Michezo ya mademi sidai. I wanna feel like Undertaker. Hakuna mtu anaweza niteka. But when I look into her eyes, akiwala yamenibeba. Ni kama tei bila chesa.
Chuko mapenzi yake nimelewa.
Akibebi leo nishike kwa mapacha. Tuende chumbani tucheze na kitanda. Na kama stima zimewaka na tumewaka, oh yeah. Tumentei na campaign, nitoke kuwa soda niwe champagne. And all I want, unipandishe ligi baby tuwe same. Tumentei na campaign, nitoke kuwa soda niwe champagne. And all I want, unipandishe ligi baby tuwe same. Oh baby tuwe same. Baby tuwe same.
And all I want,
Unipandishe ligi baby tuwe same.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still here live on location for the International Democracy Day. Yes, it is a day that is celebrated annually on the 15th of September. A day to take stock about, where we are as a country, but also globally in terms of taking stock of the state of democracy. And if you live in Kenya, you know for sure that there's a lot to say about where we are as a country. And this is an event that has been convened by Forum Civ as well. So if you're around town, please make your way to the University of Nairobi. We have an illustrious exhibition by Power 254. Of course, we have to represent as well. And also here, we are live. We shall be having live conversations of the people that will be in attendance as well. So please make your way here so that we can engage in this meaningful conversation. I'm just seeing that the former Chief Justice is making his way there. He's among the keynote speakers of today. That's his former CJ, David Maraga here. I hope that we can get a chance to interview him much later on. But let me now get into my conversation. We are having the one, the only Nile daughter is in the building. Oh my goodness. How are you?
I'm
are you feeling? You
Oh
look
my God.
amazing.
Thank you. You too.
Yes,
You look so
asante
beautiful.
sana. Yeah.
Asante.
Yes.
Thank you for having me. I'm feeling good.
You're feeling good.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. The
Yes.
turnout is amazing.
Yes.
The people are showing up. People are really concerned about democracy in this country.
We have to.
And it's a conversation that used to be for other people, but right now you can see how people are invested in the conversations themselves.
That's
so
right.
it's amazing. The turnout, it's just what? What is the time right now?
But it's
10.
yeah, it's just 10.
10,
yeah.
and the place
it's a
is
full
packed.
pack. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really packed. Okay, so I mean, you need no introduction, but just for the sake of the people who live under the cave, like myself, kindly introduce yourself and just a little bit about the work that you do.
All right.
Yeah.
So, greeting kings and queens, Nile Daughter here, representing for all the reggae lovers and the reggae dadas. I am a singer, a songwriter, a gender advocate, an activist, a cultural creator and conserver, and also a producer and recently a DJ.
And recently a DJ. You do it all. You are doing it all.
Thank you.
And I'm so excited because we have an artist in the building and we want to engage in a conversation about the role of the artist, right?
Yeah.
The role of a cultural conservatist, I think if I could call it that. As we look at the state of democracy in the country, why is it, first of all, what is the role of people like you, artists, activists, people that are creating, whether it be songs, whether it be photography, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Why is it so, what is the role of creatives in kind of, catapulting our conversations around democracy?
I think in the words of Nina Simone, artists are reflectors of the times. And artists have to, if not have to reflect the times. And so us as creatives, as artists, our work is to reflect the times. And so I use my work specifically to reflect the times. And not just to reflect the times, but to also speak about change, to also speak about something different, hope-based messaging. What can we do different? What do we see is where can we start the conversation? Where do we start and where do we take it forward?
Yes.
And I think being a musician, being a singer, I think I am placed to have mimi ndio kioo cha jamii in layman's words,
Yes.
And so for me as a creative and specifically for this day, I need to reflect the times. And that is why I am here today. That is why this is very important for me, not just as an artist, but as an activist, where I use my work for civic work and civic education and civic forwardness.
Would we be in a position like this where we are at as Kenyans, where democracy now is like the hotcake, conversation without the work of the artists?
I mean, you cannot. You cannot. And when you even just look back to what was happening last year, in the heights of last year's 2024 demonstrations, art really played a really significant role.
Yes.
And we can mention a few names. We have Eric Wainaina, we have Giuliani, and you could see, and we have Bien, and you can see how this music was really bringing people together, and how these stories were bringing people together. And from even like just the photo exhibition that is happening right now, like that is still art, like reflecting the times and saying, so artists are key. Artists are key in pushing these agendas forward.
Yes, for sure. And yourself, what if I was to ask you, just as a Kenyan citizen, as an active citizen, what would you say the state of democracy is at as we stand?
Oh my goodness. It is wanting. It is wanting. And there's so much still to do. There's so much that has to be done. So much that has to be done. And I think for me, what I am also grateful about is the fact that we know now what needs to be done. We are having these conversations, not just here in boardrooms and in places like this, but mtaani kwa streets. Everybody is like, yo, and you walk, you're just chilling in the estate and you see kids carrying placards and they're just shouting their own things, and you can see the conversation is happening. So as much as there's so much that needs to be done, we are truly in the right direction. And compared to, I would say, our neighbors, I think there's a lot of freedom of expression here, but still no, we're still not there as well. But you can't also compare it to our neighbors, But still, I mean, much has to be done. But we are having these conversations, and we know, we are aware what needs to be done.
Right. you are performing today.
Yeah.
You are going to be on the lineup today.
Yeah.
I mean, are you excited? What can we look forward to from your performance?
Oh my God,
Yeah.
I'm really excited.
Yeah.
And I mean, I've never performed such a set like that I am doing today.
It's your it's your first time
so
for you as well.
it's my first time, because normally I do like live performance with like a band and the whole 360.
Okay.
So now we're doing something different today. Please pull up if you're in town, if you're watching this, if you're around Nairobi, anywhere you are, please come through and see what's cooking. And together, I mean, let's keep having these conversations. Let's keep pushing these agendas forward, because the Kenya I'm looking for is not just mine alone.
Yes.
It's for us.
Yes.
And it's not just for us alone. It's also for the next generation. So,
Correct.
yeah, we need you here, guys.
We need you.
Please come.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As we wrap up, your clarion call for maybe, let me just, young people, right? Who might be feeling that they don't necessarily think that this work, this kind of conversations, this kind of rooms and spaces are for them. What would you tell them?
I mean, first and foremost, I'm really proud of the young people of Kenya, and especially in the last 2 years, how we have really changed the trajectory of the world, and not just in Kenya, because what happened in Kenya has created a ripple effect all over the world. So imagine the kind of power we have. Imagine that.
Yeah.
That is my clarion call.
Where do people find you? Let's go.
So,
That camera.
You can find me right now on Power Radio.
Yes.
Of course. Yes. But yeah, Nile Daughter. Nile, like the river Nile. Daughter is DAWTA. On all social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, Apple Music, Stream My Music, Spotify, you name it. Live and direct. And today also performing later on in the afternoon at World Democracy Day.
Yeah.
Karibu sana. Pull up, guys.
Pull up.
Yay.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Nairobi.
Asante,
I
dada.
can't wait to see you out there doing your things. Najua umetuandalia mazuri.
Yeah.
Umetuandalia mazuri.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic. That has been the incredible, illustrious, all the things, all the adjectives that you can use to describe her, Nile Daughter. And we've been looking at especially her work and her role as an artist in propagating conversations around democracy, and such will be the tone of conversations throughout this day. We are live at the University of Nairobi, so please make your way here for the International Democracy Day event that has been convened by Forum Civ. Of course, other partners including Power 254. We have an exhibition to just kind of document the state of democracy from a creative lens as well. I will take a quick breather. When we come back, we jump right into our next conversation. So do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night. Power Radio.
It's when music again in a day hot like vibe. Sisi ndio jeshi. Sera zenyu zote tumechoka sikiza. Daily ni ngongo kutupanga kadonda. Sambaza mumbe seti ndio mukule kabisa. Sisi ndio jeshi. Jeshi. Ukora mumejaza mideli sungura. Ukabila ndiyo panga mukore ikukata. Na dini ndiyo damu mukore ikumwaga. Sisi ndio jeshi.
hawajawa chama cha matajiri. Tunataka tuendelee kushughulika na umaskini wa watu wetu. Tuendelee.
Sisi watoto na hisi cha baba, mengi twapitia, need solution. Hisi boka soka tuko ready, mando sisi ndio jeshi. Fire!
Mataifa makubwa yametawala dunia. Leo wanajiona vitaifa vyao vile vidogo mno. Wanaungana. Waingereza na jeuri yao yote wametawala dunia. Wafaransa na jeuri yao yote wametawala dunia. Wajerumani na jeuri yao yote wameipiga Ulaya.
One music, swag seed and ever blazing. Josh Genius, are you ready? Let's do this for the people.
Supposed to be building us, not killing us. No, you don't feel my pain. I live in the ghetto, you live in your villas. You oppress and deny us our rights. Every day's another fight. Tell me how you sleep at night. You have eyes but you're short in sight. Do you believe in what you say? Or it's just another day? Do you believe in what you do? Or just waiting for the pain?
Sunrise to sunset, all day.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking with us right here on Power Radio. This is the International Democracy Day. We are coming to you live from the grounds of the University of Nairobi, the University of Nairobi. It's the International Democracy Day event convened by Forum Civ. And let me just keep you up to date with what exactly we are going to be doing today. So the theme of this day is Reclaiming Space, Reimagining Democracy. And Forum Civ really has put together this event with the objectives of one, to reflect on and amplify citizen voices resisting democratic backsliding in Kenya. They also hope to achieve, to highlight the lived experiences of youth, activists, and civil society in the shrinking civic space. The third objective for this event is to facilitate intergenerational dialogue on the future of democracy in Kenya. And lastly, to explore creative and alternative forms of civic engagement and education. So please, if you're around Nairobi, make your way to the University of Nairobi so that we can continue together with these conversations around democracy. A very pertinent discussion to have, and to help us unpack also, and to just kind of get into the minds of young Kenyans. We are going to be having our next discussion this morning. Mr. Simon is here with us. It's really good to have you. How are you doing?
I'm doing fine. Thank you so much for hosting me today.
Of course, it's good to have you. Karibu sana Power Radio.
Thank you.
All right, so kindly just briefly introduce yourself, your name, and tell us something a little bit about who you are and the work that you do.
Okay, so my name is Simon Marwa. I'm an active citizen and also a youth leader. I love to be around the youth because I'm also a youth, and the power of the youth is the power of the country. So thank you so much.
Yeah. So this day, International Democracy Day, what does this day mean to you as a young Kenyan?
Wow.
Yeah.
I think this is a day for not only for me as a Kenyan, but for everyone in the global space.
Yes.
Because, you get to express yourself, you get to enjoy a lot of things through democracy. So it's a really big thing for all of us. So we're supposed to enjoy and also feel the sense of it as whole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. And as we, currently, as we look at the state of democracy in Kenya, I mean, we've just come out of the Gen Z protest last year. And, what started off as an anti-finance bill led to a more sort of, I would say, a snowball effect there that created more I would say, maybe momentum to have conversations around other aspects of democracy. So when you look at where we've come from, just from the protests and now where we are right now, would you say that democracy is declining, or would you say that democracy is on the increase as it pertains to youth participation?
I think it's increasing, and we are setting the bricks in the right way, mostly as the youths. We want so much for this country because, someone said we can't have the present or even the future if you don't have the present. So we fight for today to have a better tomorrow. So I think we're in the momentum, and let us keep the spirit burning and calling upon the youth. We have to get involved. We need to fight for this space. We need to make this space safer for all of us. We need to make this country better for all of us.
Yes, right. And, when you think about what you've just said, this country better for all of us, what would you be vouching for? Do you think that we have a chance to live in that country where is better for each and every one of us, and what needs to be done from that reality vis-a-vis the distance between where we are and where we need to go as a nation?
I think this goes a long way, starting from an individual aspect. For instance, when you're elected, please don't carry the burden of be yourself. Remember, there are people who have elected you. There are people you represent. So let us give it back to the people that you represent, but not self-gained ideology or aspects. And through that, we are going to change the narrative, because we are still stuck in the narrative of we don't need the youth to lead.
Yeah.
Yet we have the capacity, we have the mindset, we have the ideas.
Right.
Look at what we are driving right now. Look at the things we are doing technologically. It's the youth who are pushing these agendas.
Yeah.
So let us be given the space so that we can bring in change. Yeah.
Now, one day to focus and kind of reflect on the gains that we've made as a nation in as far as democracy is concerned is not enough, right? Because this is just one day. So that kind of exposes us to another layer to this discussion, which is momentum.
Yeah.
How do we sustain the momentum so that beyond this day, we can continuously vouch and fight for democracy and democracy that works? And when I say fight for it, I mean, we just celebrated 15 years since the promulgation of the Constitution of Kenya. So we would think that document, that social contract, set us up for success. But it seems as if there's so much work that needs to happen. Right, yeah. So where do we start from there?
I think the bigger portion lies also to the arms of the government. Like you see the answer from the judiciary. You see, when we are not compromised, there are things that we don't sideline. For instance, in the current regime,
yes,
the judiciary, the legislature, everything is caught to the neck. So how will we deliver? How will you enjoy our democracy? The ideas that you have, they will be scattered off because somebody thinks they are only right.
Yes.
So let us work on the aspect of, for instance, going with the rule of law. Let us follow what is there so that you can enjoy our democracy, right?
Yes.
In a better way.
Yeah.
Let us not compromise people who are willing to have a change in this country.
Right.
For instance, maybe to quote in the case of Kasama, that was a potential youth who was supposed to lead, but look, he was brought to the government. So other people maybe in the society, they are brought to the government. So we are not able to bring the best we can, because somebody knows they know you have a weakness. There's something that you want, that they'll use you to sideline and get to the other side and fight for what is right.
Yes.
So we need to value the self aspect,
Right.
of maybe being honest, being trustworthy, being a person who is fully leader, not being controlling. So I think when we shift from those angles and ideas, we'll be heading in the right track. We'll have a leadership that fights for the right. For instance, look at the case, you cannot replace a life with money in the current committee for compensation. You cannot. Let the people who are involved, let them face justice. And that's where we start from.
Yes.
Justice to the people,
Right.
following the rule of law. You cannot pay a life with money.
Yeah.
So when we follow the constitution and also the laws that are there, I think we'll be heading in the right direction. But I still think we have a long way to go. We really need to work on those things. Yeah.
All right, as we finally wrap up our discussion for today, moving forward, what would your clarion call for young people in terms of their role? How do they awaken to the role that they have to play in discourses around democracy and their role?
I think the major role that we should do as the young people,
Yeah.
starting with me, is fully participatory. Let us engage in those, what do you call them?
Public participation.
Public participation.
Yeah.
Let us get involved in those in the election. Let us have the voters cards. Let's be fully participatory as a citizen of this country. We cannot just complain, but we need to act. And actions means bring something. Yeah. So I think that is the best thing we can do as the young people in this country.
Awesome. How can people get you? How can people get in touch with you?
I mostly use LinkedIn.
Okay,
because
sure.
LinkedIn is more active. I'm
Yeah.
Simon Marwa.
All right.
Facebook, I'm Simon Marwa.
Yeah.
I think TikTok, I'm the future. And also on X, I'm the future.
Okay.
Yeah.
Simon, thank you so much for the privilege of your time. Thank you for speaking to us. And let's hope that we can, 10 years from now, we look back and we'll be like, okay, you know what? We have at least made some gains in terms of democracy. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for hosting
All right.
me.
All right.
And,
Fantastic.
more power to power.
More power to us. Yes. We have been talking to Mr. Simon there. We still a whole day of activity, a whole day of conversations, power-packed conversations here as it pertains to reclaiming space and reimagining democracy. How do we go from where we are to where we need to be, and what that might look like in terms of the distance that we need to cover to ensure that we are making the right decisions, steering this country forward in terms of sustainable and inclusive democratic space as well. Let me take a quick breather, and we will jump right into our next interview shortly after this musical break. Do not touch that dial. We'll be right back.
Thank you so much.
Hey, hello. You look familiar, have I made up with you before? Let's just be serious, kabla uanze tukunipo. Nionyeshe Insta labda nitakukumbuka hivyo. Oh, hey, hello. Sikuamini lakini ni kama nimeona ghost. Miezi mbili ndio maana siwezi pita kino. Na tangu lini ukaanza kuwa na story mob? Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Hey, my heart is there, my pride is there. Don't play, don't even dare. You don't play fair, so hey, there's something here, there's something there. Overlaid, it's like a different kind of weather. Hey, my heart is there, my pride is there. Don't play, don't even dare. You don't play fair, so hey, there's something here, there's something there. Overlaid, it's like a different kind of weather. Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Lakini walai siwezi mind tukienda drinks. Walai na beshte yangu bado takumit. Walai ni wapi ulienda for real? For real. Go fit, Allah, go fresh, Allah. Lakin, bana, din west, bana. Go fit, Allah, go fresh, Allah. Lakin, bana, din west, bana. for me. Anytime you want it, no, I am ready.
Don't waste no time whenever you call. I'm saving my love for you. I know just what you like. I don't want nobody touching on my baby.
I came in here for a good time, yeah. That keep your hands to your soft time. And when I come around, just know it's mine. I'm the one to cause trouble tight.
So when you come close, my baby is a no. So leave my baby boo on the dance floor. Cause my baby goes slow. My baby want I'm here all night, oh don't you know.
Your body good to me. I don't want nobody touching on my baby. You say you're there for me. Anytime you want it, no, I am ready.
Don't waste no time whenever you call. I'm saving my love for you. I know just what you like. I don't want nobody touching on my baby.
I don't want nobody, body.
I don't want nobody touching on my baby.
Body.
I don't want nobody touching on my baby. Around, and you better
From
run.
sunrise to sunset, all day.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still tuned in to the International Democracy Day special coverage right here from the University of Nairobi, live on Power Radio. It's really a day to focus on the state of democracy as it stands, and we are going to be having a series of interviews here and conversations just to allow us to reflect on the state of democracy as it stands. My name is Anne Wanyoike, and again, this event has been convened by Forum Civ, and the theme of the day is reclaiming space and reimagining democracy. So please, if you're around town, make your way to the University of Nairobi grounds so that we can engage in conversations that matter to you, conversations around democracy. And now to my next interview of the day. I am joined by a beautiful lady here, Sastana. It's so good to have you. Karibu sana Power Radio.
Thank you very much, Anne.
Yes, kindly introduce yourself and tell us where you're from and a little bit about the work that you do at Siasa Place.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Daisy Chepkwech. I work at Siasa Place. So Siasa Place is a civic tech youth-led organization. So we work with youth across 17 counties when it comes to social accountability, leadership roles, women, and ensuring that they take space, as is the theme of Democracy Day.
As is the theme of democracy. And you know, the theme of democracy today, at least for this specific event, is reclaiming space and reimagining democracy. As Daisy, how can young people reclaim that space, reclaim the space of democracy, and how do they ensure that they are reimagining democracy, you know, moving away from what it has been to now what it should be, that creates that sort of inclusion for young people to engage?
Yes.
Yeah.
So taking you back from the post-colonial period,
yes,
it's always been about the older people. We always say the young people are the leaders of tomorrow, but this tomorrow has never come for us. So for me, I think reimagining democracy is the journey we have been through since we were colonized, and how young people have always been oppressed.
Yes.
And now from, I think, last year but one, we've now seen an emergence of young people wanting to know more, wanting to learn more. Even the work that we do, the young people are hungry. They want to know, what is this leadership? Why can't we be involved? Why are our voices not being heard?
Yeah.
And that's what now we are working towards, fueling and ensuring that their voices are heard from the grassroots level,
Yes.
where we work with. We work with community-based organizations in the grassroots to hear, what is the MCA doing? What are they not doing? Are they promising you something that is not within their role? What are their roles? What is the role of an ward admin? What is the role of an MCA? What is the role of an MP? What is the role of a governor? So that during this campaign period that has already started,
Yes.
funny enough,
Yeah.
when they come to promise you things, you have knowledge, you have power. And I think the knowledge gap has been one of the issues that has been there. It has been intentional that this information is not getting to the young people. And without information, they don't have power, they don't have a voice.
Yeah.
So it's our work to ensure that we give them this knowledge so that they know which spaces they can plug in for their voices to be heard.
What are the biggest barriers to young people's involvement in democratic processes?
I'd say the first one is the information that I've just talked about.
Yeah.
The information is there in very complicated documents, you know. Even when you read the finance bill of your county, there are some things that you can't even understand. So that information is the first step. once that information is broken down, they get to understand and they get to learn. And that's why we've seen the emergence of information being even translated to vernacular, to Swahili.
Yes.
Because why are we reading documents in jargon and English and people don't even understand?
Right.
So I'd say that's the first barrier. The other barrier is the finances. As you know, Kenyan politics and the campaign period is flashy. People in Prados, people doing what? Giving people money.
Yes.
And you see young people don't necessarily have this money. They don't have money to give people. And so that is where information now starts being important in terms of tell the people, fine, this person will give you money, but when it comes to the 5 years that they're working, are they doing the work?
Yeah.
And now that's where the conversation starts. So I'd say those two are one of the main barriers when it comes to young people plugging in and participating in politics.
And so then now, so those are barriers, but we cannot stop at barriers, right? We have to push. We have to push for what works for us. If they do not create the space for us, we create it for ourselves. So in what ways can young people create spaces for themselves to ensure that they are actively involving in democratic spaces? And where do they even start doing that?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think the first step, as I've said, is the information. Now it's good that we are translating information. We are breaking it down. We're having barazas at the grassroots level. Even to people who were never interested in politics, all of a sudden they're like, this involves me. This school, this hospital, this road is what is stopping my access to better things or to even livelihood. So that's the first step. And I think the other step is talking about politics past the campaign period. You know, politics in Kenya has always been a cycle. You talk about politics, you vote the person in, you keep quiet until the other campaign period. But what has happened in the past 2-3 years, you've seen people having conversations on the finance bill. These things used to be passed. People having conversations on projects, stalled projects. So these conversations that are happening in between are giving young people a lot of knowledge and a lot of information for them to be able to know. The other thing is young people coming together, forming groups and movements. We've seen Bunge la Vijana is starting their Gen Z movements that are happening where people get to gather even in town and talk about politics. Political parties. You're encouraging young people to form political parties. You don't have to join the biggest political party for you to thrive. You can always group. The other thing is strengthening the youth leagues, even in these big parties, just so that they have a voice and they are able to come out of the mainstream politics. So I think those are some of the ways that we're encouraging young people to participate.
The work of Siasa Place, really, you do center a lot of young people. I mean, your work really targets young people and engaging them in such conversations around governance, democracy, and everything in between there. What is the feeling of young people as it pertains to these conversations? Are they frustrated? Is there hope? Are they seeing a future that could look for things to look up for them as well? Yeah, give us a feel of some of the interactions that you have with the young people that you work with.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from my perspective, in this space since the last election to now, it's been an upward trajectory in terms of young people being interested, wanting to know. As you know, in the last election, one of the issues that we had was youth voter apathy. The young people did not participate, did not care. But it got to a point where they're like, the decisions we make at the ballot are the ones making me not get a job, are the ones landing me in depression, are the ones not giving me access to even becoming an entrepreneur, So such things are now clocking, as the young people say.
Clock it.
So they're like, these things are not away from me. They're part of my life. And for it to work, this has to work. So I'm seeing hope. I'm seeing people pushing for themselves and now demanding for their rights because now they've linked it directly to their livelihood, to their earning, to their day-to-day.
Yes. As we'll reflect about this day, International Democracy Day is just one day. One day is not enough to reflect about all the things that we can talk about as it pertains to democracy. So as it stands, how can we ensure that we are moving beyond this day? First of all, what does this day mean for you as a Kenyan citizen? But also beyond this day, we have to have conversations about sustaining the momentum of what such reflective days look like and what they mean.
So personally, for me, democracy is the people. I just link it directly to the people.
Yes.
When you say the people shall, it means the power is given to us. So we just give it out to the leaders for a time. But then ultimately it lies with us. So more and more people should embrace that it's not about them. That's why I don't even like how politicians are treated sometimes. It's so much,
Yeah,
So
preservation.
It's us who've given them a job, actually. It's a job that in
They are
office
our
for a time.
servants, yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I think moving forward, it's just sustaining such conversations, organizations like Siasa Place,
Yes.
Power,
Yeah.
sustaining this conversation at the grassroots level and building it up, and getting more people involved collaboratively. I think this will drive towards change.
Right.
And I think even from the first Gen Z protest, we've seen more and more movements being formed and moving forward. So today is an important day. But then this movement will continue.
It has to continue.
Has to continue.
Right. As we wrap up the conversation, what would your clarion call for young people be? Those that feel that, okay, you guys are telling us that we need to engage in these conversations of democracy and find ourselves and find our role in propelling this to the next level. But I don't feel like democracy serves me as a young people in Kenya. What would your clarion call for young people be?
So my call to young people would be take space. Take space in whatever place that you are. Are you a student? Are you working? Are you a leader in whatever level in society? Take space. Make your voice be heard boldly. Let's not be put down by the other generations. Just let your voice be heard in whatever issue.
Yeah.
Be it SRHR, be it politics, be it
Yes.
governance,
Yes.
anything.
Yes.
Just take space.
Right. Tell us, is there anything that is happening with the Siasa Place in pertaining this? Any projects that are underway that we can check out? Please.
Yes.
This
Kindly
is your opportunity.
check out Siasa Place KE on all platforms. We have so many activities across the 17 counties that are ongoing. So we'd love you to follow us and check them out, and we can work together.
So it's Siasa Place across all platforms.
Yes.
Daisy, thank you so much for the privilege of your
Thank
time.
you very
And
much,
thank you for the amazing work that you are doing. We need it. We need more of this. All right. We have been speaking to Miss Daisy there from Siasa Place. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen in. We will now get into our next session. I believe that the panel discussion is underway. Not yet. Okay, so we are going to get right into our next conversation, but not before we take this musical break. See you after this.
That I don't call myself a lady. Hands up, back up, yeah. Cause I don't want nobody touching on my baby. Nobody. I don't want nobody touching on my baby. Nobody. I don't want nobody touching on my baby.
Road trips and young romances, breakups and second chances. Our rhythm steers through all these years. If love is a drum, you are my drummer. I'll dance to your beat only forever. If love is a drum, you are my drummer. I'll dance to your beat. My Isukuti love. Is it good for me? Is it good for me? My Isukuti love. Is it good for me? Is it good for me? For me? Bringing the one dindi, the
miss your beat. My Sukuti love. Is it good for me? Is it good for me? My Sukuti love. Is it good for me? Is it good for me? Bringing the one din din and the boom boom boom, adding my tick tick, then it's me and you. My Sukuti love. Is it good for me? Is it good for me? Is it good? If you wanna know the power of my love, it's not a feeling, it's an action word. You can never give it to me too much, too much. If you wanna know the power of my love, it's not a feeling, it's an action word. You can never give it to me too much, too much. My Sukuti love. Is it good for me? My Sukuti love. If you wanna know the power of my love, it's not a feeling, it's an action. My Sukuti love. Give it to me too much, too much for me.
Food and freedom. The orphanage son from Timau has shown that their history will not be erased. Tell Muthoni wa Nyajiro that her spirit lives on. Tell Kimathi wa Aciori we refuse to live on our knees. From Nairobi to Palestine, from Indonesia to Burkina Faso, it's still a luta continua. Mauaji yakija, sote tuko tayari. Mauaji yakija,
Sote tuko tayari.
yakija kando yako we,
Kanyaga,
kwa nguvu
kanyaga,
na tena.
kanyaga, kanyaga, na sote tuko tayari.
So leo hata wakichain my body lazima nita free my mind kama misere. Sita betray hii motherland kwa kusubmit cooperation. Kwa hii country imejaa patriots kwa jails na prisons. Economia ni colonialist na hii regime ina create poverty na kufanya ama youths wanakuwa criminals. Nimekataa kunyamaza kuona tunaoga mikono kuserve bullets. Leo hata kama history haitaandikwa na pen, waambieni basi waiandike na rifle. Sina fear imprisonment kwa regime ina treat citizens kama slaves, ina to deny human rights na bado kwa public holidays na imba love, peace and unity. So niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wanakufa na njaa. Niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wanakufa kwa detention cells na torture chambers. Country ni prison, home ya oppressed alafu a small minority na enjoy privileges. Exam papers zimechelewa kufika Turkana ati transport ni ya udu. Na ballot papers zilifika before 6 am. Wewe wacha bana. So tutaunganisha stima, tutaunda barabara, tutajenga serikali na vijana ya bodaboda na mama mboga. So akaka slogan nikaga sha goa goa. So Mr. President ni route O gani unatupeleka? Kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive ni ku-exercise our minds. Kusema education ni free na jana kuna mtoi alisare shule juu alikosa uniform ni ku-exercise our minds. So unafilaje? Unafilaje sasa zenye urezo wako wanakuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa? Alafu Korogosho, Dandora, Mathare na mtaa yako wanabomolewa. So gunshots na sauti za tinga hata kwa speaker. Kwa mwananchi amenishiwa zinafanya hearts zao even more weta. Alafu kuna sauti ina ring kwa mind. Mukinichagua hakuna mwananchi atabomolewa tena. Mukinichagua, hakuna kijana atapigwa risasi. Hebu nione wale wanasema tuanze na ile jamaa ya bottom. Bottom! Bottom! Lakini we Mkenya, soma story ya Jaramogi. Utagundua Kenya bado hakuna. Wrong history kwa classes ndio maana youths. Legacy ya msee Steve wajui. Kazi tu ni biko December 12. Tuna celebrate Jamhuri debate story ya December 12 movement tani na inarate. We Mkenya, pambana! So time ina fly. Na daily, nation ni propaganda za orezo kwa flights kujaribu kulan jobs kwa youths. Nation ni sick. Hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kulipa doctors but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CAS at a cost. The Star News Bulletin mwa Kenya nilikage kina Karemi wanatumia kupass exams za history yenye stories za kina Ndudhu Karari zimepigwa njama na kuarrest kama role ya women kwa Maumau. Guy, mwadhani wa Igoro. So hata wale walikuwa kwa scandal NOS bado wako kwa government offices wana earn. Meru alichagua governor wakidhani atapiga Kawira but saa hii bado hakuna mwangaza. Nairobi Johnson bado anasaka kwa government inanua curtains za 10 million. Wajiulize akina nani wanabeba mapasia. So ni kanisa ilitumika kuomba kura, wakaswea na Biblia, but saa hii wanatumia kifua kuongoza. Time constitution ilifaa kukaa tiba. So call kutoka kwa streets. Call kwa rezo status imechange umeanpin chats zetu. Hata dipin hustler na dose kwa self, real hustler na dose kwa shelves za vibanda kwa streets ananyeshwa daily na bado unadai power yako Irene. Mr. President, serikali ilikuwa ya mama mboga ama ya mama mwenye mashamba ya mboga? So taunganisha stima aje time power news. Story shoki na airport imekosa lighting. Kizunguzungu majirani wanacheka wanaongozwa na kina Samia na bado hawana suluhu. Historia vijana wa bodaboda. Historia vijana wa bodaboda. Kwani ilikuwa ya kututake for a ride ama? Na zakayo. Mbona kujenga barabara imekuwa ngumu kama kujaza maji kwa pote imejaa holes? Mauaji yakija sote tuko tayari. Mauaji yakija na sote tuko tayari. Abductions zikija
sote tuko tayari. Abductions zikija na sote tuko tayari.
So policies walitai palafu zikasainiwa na ball pen na hapo ndo tulichezwa. Koti wakapiga perfume na expectaji wataheshimu court order. 21st century bado gava yako inatumia unga kubribe nation kuvote. Mkulima wa kahawa na go lost after sales jua kutoa chai. So nani haoni Kenya bado hakuna. Nani hata articulate article 1 ya constitution vifiti. All sovereign power. The people ni set flani ya rulers of protect wealth kwao. So Sunday wamekram Apostles Creed, alafu Monday greed na drive na testimonies za vile 7 days without prayer inawafanya week. Hujasikia kiongozi wa Wanga alikuwa na bongo na bado alikuwa deceived na sweets. So mambo leo still ni ukoloni. Believe me, hata Mugabe angekuwa Kenya na hangetaka wanamuite roba ama ni roba. So tunaishi na country by the president anapenda the youth but most strategic jobs anapenda the old, na kwa hiyo mood still awari. Country yenye ina constitution kama ni leadership nachagua humanity kwa leader wangu. Juu kama leadership ni school degrees na certificates, basi hadi zile karatasi za Waititu zilikuwa true. Ni Fedi na Dali misinterpret. So pieces mob za peace wasanii wanaandika lakini bado hana amani. Kiongozi mwananchi alichagua already anamfichia white. Already ana stock ya ngano ya kubandika posters time ya campaign na Turkana tunakufa njaa. Wanjiku hawezi afford kawairi mom kulima roskoko na majani chai analia njaa toka time ya Nyayo. Afya house ni kama base fulani ya viongozi waendea snacks, docs ni less, hospitals ni less na zenye ziko bado hakuna madawa. So doka na complain of protective gears ndio anatekicheye 4M na last time nurses wali strikes ni jana. Si wages zinafanya mwalimu kuhata kidato, si wages zina donatives kwa evicted Kariobangi, Mukuru, Korogosho na mtaa yako. So na nyomo kenyurua aiginya hakiri. So equality iko wapi time kuna mwenchikare na kona aneka ya parking na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko chuo fulani kwa mtaa yako. So equality iko wapi time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya parking na aneka smoking zone na parking large kuliko chuo fulani iko mtaa yako. So tunataka police service si police force. Utumishi kwa wote si utumishi kwa kara wengine. Jukara wengine ni same na photographers kila time they've got a clear shot. Makara wengine ni kama kwa class walitua sura viatu vile wamekuwa sharp shooters. So tulienda recruitments za makara alafu tukaambiwa tuko na shida ya macho. Alafu kutembea station tukapata afande amevaa miwani. So niambieni nani alifungwa na mwingine macho? Ama tulifungwa macho? Juu tulikosa za macho. Unaona ni gani? Ulikosa za macho? Hata leo una. We, igava yako ni kama fundi fulani wa mjengo kwa kila story itakukoroga. Ni kubad. So mimi naitwa Cricket Rights. Cricket Rights ni activist. Forum Civ second cohort activism fellowship fella. Hapo ndio mnapiga makofi. Nice. Nafurahia kuwa hapa. Nadhani nikasonga mfanya mambo yake. Poleni. So nafurahia kuwa hapa and to our regional director. Anze kongole kwa kazi safi unayofanya. And natoka pia space inaitwa The Artistic Junction Collective iko Korogosho. Mr. Director, in the spirit of asking, it's a humble request that nimetoka mtaa that our houses zilikuwa demolished and we were told that tulikuwa tumejenga kwa mto, but kukuja the other side we are told that the rivers zilikuwa streams. So like all our art spaces zilikuwa demolished pale mtaani and most of our artists wampotelea kwa drugs. That's the sad situation. Like our youths don't have any safe space for them to deliberate on the issues that in our face. So in the spirit of requesting, Mr. Director, humble request, tuko na kashamba kidogo, we've not grabbed. Tuko na kashamba kidogo. Hussein Khalid ndio kiongozi wetu mwingine anatufanyia kazi safi pale mtaani. So in the spirit of asking, Mr. Director, we've written proposals and then tukaambiwa our English is not too good. But we are still trying, but hopefully that our humble request becomes not a request only, but ikue itimize, si ndio? Kwa maombi tu. So mimi naitwa Cricket Rights. Let's keep organizing. Long live our struggle, long live.
Long live.
Long live our struggle, long live.
Long live.
Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. That was Cricket Rights. Cricket on the beat. Hey, wadau, wasitowapatia gifts. Cricket on the beat. Iko wapi makofi ya Cricket on the beat? Cricket on the beat. Iko wapi snap? Cricket on the beat. All right, that was Cricket Rights, who is an artist from the second cohort. Yeah, for Ramsiv artists, sindio? Kwa hivyo makofi yake. Karabanda. Karabanda. Yeah, Cricket. All right. Are you ready for democracy? Yani hata hamu sound ready, muna sound ni kama kuna njaa huku. Are you ready for democracy? Tuko tayari kwa demokrasi. Hebu nione makofi hivi. Tuko tayari kwa demokrasia. Are we ready for democracy? Vijana wetu, mafaita, Wakenya wetu, imara, hey ta. Haya, kuna swali nilikuwa nimeuliza, sasa nimerudi tena na hii swali. Na ningependa kuuliza. During the year of 2016 to 2021, I've not asked the question, guys. I did not ask the question. All right, acha nibadilishe, alafu tutarudia kwa swali ingine. Naona watu wamepata Mwakenya. Watu wametafuta mwaks. Which chapter of the Constitution of Kenya speaks about leadership and integrity? Tafadhali inua mkono, usiongee, inua tu mkono. Sura gani ya katiba ya Kenya inazungumzia uongozi na uadilifu? Nitarudia tena, sura gani ya katiba ya Kenya inazungumzia uongozi na uadilifu? Alafu nikikupatia ujibu, nataka useme kitu kimoja ambapo kiko katika hiyo sura. One thing that is in that chapter. For example, if you're saying leadership and integrity, I want you to tell me it is chapter, I'm just saying a random chapter. It is chapter 24 of the Constitution of Kenya. And one of the things it says is that for you to be a leader in this country, you cannot be corrupt. So you need to tell me one thing that it states in that chapter of that Constitution. So I'll ask again. Which chapter of the Constitution of Kenya speaks about leadership and integrity? Kipenge kipi cha, sura ipi ya katiba ya Kenya inazungumzia uongozi na uadilifu? Kwa sababu nilikuwa nimechukua hapa na hapa, nitaeka nyavu zangu huku. I can see there's a gentleman who has really raised his hand. Lakini naona wewe uko na t-shirt already. Hata huyu ako mbele yako hana chochote. The gentleman there in red. You, the one looking behind, sorry. Which chapter of the Constitution of Kenya speaks about leadership and integrity?
Chapter 4. Chapter 4 and 6.
Okay, no, it's fine. We'll go to just the gentleman behind you because he was very ready.
Chapter 6 of the Constitution of Kenya.
Amepata hajapata?
And
Mbona mumshangili? Ama ni...
And one thing which is stated there is that when you are a leader in any office, you are not supposed to take gifts. Any gift which you are going to receive will belong to the state and not to you as an individual.
Thank you. I don't know if you're a leader. I don't know whether I can give you this gift. Are you a leader in any capacity?
Oh, yes, I am.
You are?
First, I'm a leader of my family.
Yeah. Yes. Makofi ya familia tafadhali. Hapo ndio uongozi unaanzia.
Then I'm a leader of a community. A community-based organization known as Kilifi Citizens Forum.
Kilifi Citizens. Makofi ya Kilifi Citizens Forum. Hey, watu wa Kilifi.
And then I'm a leader in Kilifi County as the chairman of the CSOs in Kilifi County.
Hey, Kilifi County.
And I'm not corrupt.
Watu wa pwani sawa. Wape. Ni shauri yao tena. Vidonge vyao wakimeza wakitema. Hi, I'll give you this bottle, which is sponsored by African and Censored. Tafadhali, unaweza pitisha. Tafadhali makofi for this song. Twende. Na tusimame kidogo, watu hapa wana... Hey!
Mzee alisema hakuna cha bure.
Napatia gift the best dancer. The best dancer.
Hata shule.
Let me see you clap your hands.
Lazima utoe mchoto.
Kupata simu ni bala.
Road license
bei navuta nunua.
Kupoteza ID ni mashaka. Twarudisha jamhuri yetu
nyuma. Niwaone hivi. Ya kitu kidogo. Haya, mbele, nyuma, mbele, nyuma, mbele, nyuma. Turn. Twende, mbele. Haya, mikono hivi kidogo, kidogo.
Hata nyumbani ukipatwa na majambazi, kupiga 99 masema sisi hatuna gari.
Who is the best dancer? Naangalia. Don't raise your hand, dance. Hey. Mahakamani, hela ndio haki. You know, if I'm the best dancer, I'm going with the gift. Nimeona mtu huko juu. Let's go, let's go. Nchi ya kitu kidogo. Haya, DJ, tumeona. Viva democracy, viva. Viva democracy, viva. Are we ready for democracy? Are you ready for democracy? Haya. Haya, sawa. Tunaweza kuketi. Na nimeona mtu ambaye nitampatia hii gift, the lady that is up there, the one in a Muslim tandio. Kwa hiyo itafika, she really danced well. Makofi moja kwake, ya pili, ya tatu. Siwaone wivu wenzetu. Haya, the gift, it's going. The lady up there, and that lady in mtandio. Tafadhali simama, ulikuwa unacheza vizuri sana. Haya. Now I would like to call upon Jackson Obare, who will invite the Swedish ambassador to be able to speak. Makofi ya Jackson. Karabanda. Karabanda. Ya Jackson.
Thank you so much, MC. It's not the ambassador, but it's representing the Swedish government in Nairobi. She's called Marie Ottosson. She's the head of development cooperation. So please put your hands together to welcome Marie.
Una mattina mi sono alzato, oh vela ciao, vela ciao, vela ciao, ciao, ciao. Una mattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invasor. Oh partigiano, portami via, oh vela ciao, vela ciao.
Good morning, everyone. And this was a great TV show. I remember that one. Former Chief Justice David Maranga and Regional Manager Jackson Obare, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. It is truly a great honor and also a great pleasure for me to be here today, even though I am not yet the ambassador. But having said that, I am so happy to be here today and to join you in marketing the International Day of Democracy under the theme Reaffirm Democracy as a Force for Dignity, Inclusion and Peace. And to me, democracy, it is so much more than just an institution. It is a promise that every person has dignity, that all voices can be included, and that peace can also be built through dialogue rather than through division. And democracy, it will never ever be a finished project. It is being on a living journey that each generation must defend and renew. And Kenya's democratic story embodies this truth. From the struggle for multi-party democracy to the adoption of the 2010 Constitution to peaceful transfers of powers. Kenyans have shown courage in claiming and in expanding democratic space. And yet, democracy faces constant tests. I'm talking about polarizations, corruption, inequality, and shrinking civic space, as well as an underrepresentation of women, youth, and marginalized communities. And to keep democracy meaningful, it must confront all of these realities head on. And the measure of democracy is inclusion. A democracy that leaves anyone behind, whether it would be a women, youth, or person with disability, or marginalized communities, remains incomplete. Inclusion is not just about being present, but about having a real voice, equal opportunities, and a fair access to resources. Youth stand at the heart of this vision. They are not only the leaders of tomorrow, they are the change makers of today. And in Kenya, young people are using innovation. They're using art and digital platforms to demand for accountability and for them to shape a fairer society. And by claiming their space, they also strengthen democracy for all. Peace, too, is inseparable from democracy. Where democracy is nurtured, peace is sustained. And it also provides channels for grievance to be heard, for conflicts to be resolved, and for trust to be built. Where democracy falters, divisions deepen, and conflicts takes root. And Sweden is very proud to stand with Kenya in advancing democracy as a force for dignity, for inclusion, and for peace. And through partnership with civil society, with governments and communities, Sweden supports inclusive governance, gender equality, to stand up for human rights, as well as environmental sustainability. Because democracy must not only be defended, it must also deliver. Deliver on justice, deliver on equality, and as well as on the urgent challenges on climate change. As we come together today, across government, civil society, academia, media, business, and community, let us all reaffirm that democracy is strongest when it is participatory, when it is inclusive, and when it is accountable. To reaffirm democracy is to safeguard dignity. And to broaden democracy is to deepen inclusion. And to strengthen democracy is to preserve peace. So to wrap up, I would just like to say, let this day be a day of inspiration to all of us. Let us celebrate democracy, and let us all continue to act. And as we have already heard, you have a very important election coming up in 2027. So with that, I would like to thank you, and I say asante sana.
Asante sana. That is the representative of the Swedish government. Tunasema tunapiga makofi. Let us prepare. Let us prepare to clap for her. Thank you so much for that very great speech on democracy. Karabanda! Karabanda! Ya Sweden! Karabanda! Karabanda! Ya Sweden! All right, asanteni sana. Naona hata nyinyi ni students wazuri. All right. Sasa tulikuwa tumeita mahali ambapo tuko, ambao ni chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, na ningependa kuita mwakilishi wao ambao atazungumza wakati huu, Professor Jack Odhiambo, ambaye ni Dean wa Faculty of Arts wa University of Nairobi. Tafadhali Professor Jack Odhiambo, karibu sana. Karabanda! Karabanda! Ya Professor Karabanda! Karabanda! Professor Professor anawa jongea. Karibu.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the University of Nairobi. You are in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, but in the wider university. I wish to acknowledge the many dignitaries present here before us. I know we have come a little bit late because there are other issues that are being dealt with urgently in the university, and that's why the Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellors had commitments that they are dealing with right now, and so are unable to come. But on behalf of the Vice Chancellor and Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic, on my own behalf as Dean, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, I welcome the people from outside the university. I can see Justice here. I welcome our own students for whom this event will be a very great training occasion, and also members of staff. I can see Dr. Otele, Chair, Department of Political Science, and Dr. Kabiru, who is the coordinator of the program, and also Professor, the Director of Development Studies, is there with us. So the faculty also is well represented. The Day of Democracy, of course, is a very important day, and it is an honor for us to be able to have an opportunity to commemorate it within our university and within our faculty, which hosts several departments that deal with issues that relate to politics, to democracy. So first, the Department of Political Science and Public Administration, the Department of Philosophy, Sociology, Diplomacy, all of these relate to matters that affect democracy. And therefore, it's a great honor for me to see and to have this, I think, first event to commemorate the International Democracy Day, and hoping that it will not be the last. And I wish also in a special way to thank the Forum Civ, who have organized this, together with the Swedish government that has also sent a representative here. Therefore, without much ado, and I know you are already deep within the discussions, I don't want to disrupt the process of discussions. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I inaugurate or open this event, and I welcome you to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is the representative from the University of Nairobi. Na tutampigia makofi yake, si ndio? Kwa hivyo tutajitayarisha, tayarisha mikono yetu. Haya, tumpigie makofi. Karabanda! Karabanda! Ya Profesa Karabanda! Karabanda! You are in. Thank you so much, University of Nairobi. Before I call back Jackson Obare, I'm calling you. Nilikuwa nimeuliza swali, na swali ambalo niliuliza ni, who was the president of the Supreme Court of Kenya during the time of 2016 to 2021? There's a lady here who had the one in braids. Yes, you, the one who's... Nani amesema inclusion? Nani? Aya, sawa. Huyu amesema inclusion. DI. Haya. Tafadhali unaweza jibu. I think mic itakuja kwako. The mic is coming to you. Or you can just stand up. Meanwhile, DJ.
This is a song that was written by my little girl. She wrote it for me after I had the honor and the chance of being chosen as
Imemfikia.
one of
Ndio hiyo.
the delegates from the Republic
Okay, the answer is Chief Justice Maraga.
What is his full name?
David Justice Maraga.
What is his middle name?
Come on.
Yes, come on. You need to know.
You can do that, honestly. It's Maraga.
Yes, so it's David Kenani Maraga. Makofi kwake.
Thank you.
And I will ask one of our stage managers to give you a t-shirt. Ndio hiyo imekufikia. Asante sana. So now I'm going to invite Jackson Obare. Jackson aletewe wimbo yake ambaye itamleta. Ashafika. Haya. Amesema mnaweza leta pia DJ. Ya, A dance? Oh, Jackson. Lakini hapatiwi gift. He's a leader. Wamesema udance kidogo alafu ndio uite.
Weka wimbo basi.
Hey, DJ. Hey.
Anoboli nyasembo.
Jackson is...
Uyo magasembo chiegini.
Watu wako na msiba mtaki kumsaidia.
Awendo.
Chelimo, you don't want to...
Ya nyasembo. Ini nyasembo. Muli nyasembo. Lunge nyasembo. Erneno nyasembo.
Haya. Asante. Viva democracy, viva.
Thank you so much. The lady who shouted inclusion. I just wanted to say, when I listened to the head of development cooperation from the Swedish embassy, Marie, give her remarks, she put democracy at the center. And then she said, if this democracy is not strengthened, there will be no peace. If there is no democracy, there will be no inclusion. Did you get that? And I think that's why the lady said, please consider inclusion even as you make your democratic decisions of giving gifts those people will be able to answer. And I'm sure every one of us could have answered that question. So allow me, I went to also look for the profile of our keynote speaker and who is going to provoke our thoughts this morning. Our former Chief Justice Emeritus David Kenani Maraga, and he has a very impressive profile. And one of the two things I've noticed from his profile says he's a man of the fasts, and there are two things here that have been mentioned. He made history by becoming the first Chief Justice in Kenya and Africa to do what? That one you already know, right? What is the other one? So I started from the one that people can easily respond. I'm waiting for the other one. He also was among the first state officer to stand before TV cameras and swear on a Bible that he had never taken a bribe in his life. Have you not taken note of that? With the impressive profile, I want to ask each all of us to stand up to welcome our keynote speaker this morning, our former Chief Justice, and the President of the Supreme Court, the sixth. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please sit down. Madam Maria Watson, Head of Development of the Embassy of Swiss Embassy, Mr. Obare, the Regional Manager of Forum CV, fellow Kenyans, Professor Odhiambo, and Dr. Yes. Good morning. Good morning. I'm happy to be back here in this institution. I left this institution a few years ago when I was a student here. And I left. Professor, why are you looking at me? Like, it is not a few years ago, only 1977. It gives me great pleasure to be back here in my alma mater to address this auspicious occasion of 18th commemoration of the International Day of Democracy. I thank the organizers of Forum CV for this honor to deliver remarks as today's provocateur. I was intrigued that you chose to use this term, as this is what I seem to have been doing a lot since the youth of Kenya interrupted my retirement. Let me at this outset pay tribute to the youth who have defended democracy from Nepal to Kenya and other places. Please join me in paying tribute, and if you don't mind, please join me by standing up to remember some of our youth who have paid the ultimate price for civic spaces. Let's observe a minute of silence. Thank you very much. You can sit down. Excellencies, fellow Kenyans, distinguished guests, this 18th commemoration provides an opportunity to view the state of democracy around the world as well as here at home in Kenya. It is a time to pause, to measure, and to dream about the promise of democracy and the freedom to choose how to govern ourselves. It is a day to remind the world that democracy is not a gift from the powerful to the powerless. Democracy is the stubborn claim of ordinary people to live free, to speak without fear, and to be heard without begging. Today, we must ask ourselves the hardest question. Are we living to the promise of democracy? Democracy is not an ornament that we polish once a year or on election day. It is bread on the table. It is dignity at the hospitals. It is the small farmer knowing that his or her sweat will feed his or her family, not the greed of the corrupt. It is a graduate who trusts that his or her hard work, not their surnames or networks, will open the door to their future. All over the world, democracy is under stress. The Global State of Democracy Report 2025, published by International IDEA, makes some sobering findings. One, democracy continues to weaken across the globe. In 2024, 94 countries representing 54% of all countries assessed suffered a decline in at least one factor of democratic performance compared with their performance 5 years earlier. Two, repression has gotten worse, and governments have taken even greater steps to suppress dissent and limit the ability of the people to choose who will govern them. Three, even in this bleak picture, there is hope. We can't lose hope. The report reminds us that incumbents have lost in many highly watched elections. It reminds us that people, when pushed, still rise. That elections, though battered, still hold the promise of empowering citizens everywhere across the world. The paradox is that repression, often from governments, deepens, but resistance from the people grows in equal measure, if not more. Governments deploy even greater tools to silence dissent, and yet the people insist. They insist that they will choose their leaders. They insist that they will remain in control of their destinies. They insist that their future will not be dictated for them. They insist that they will build the world of their best ideals. They refuse to accept anything but the best as a version of a future that they are willing to entertain. Ladies and gentlemen, the global democratic recession has not spared Kenya. The past 2 years have brought unprecedented youth mobilization in response to economic strain, political disillusionment, and social injustice. Young men and women have filled our streets with their voices, not to burn down the nation, but to call it back to order. And yet, every single time they have not been met with dialogue, but with unwarranted force. President Ruto's regime has used excessive force against protesters, with many innocent lives lost, injuries that scar both the body and the soul, and a collective trauma to the entire nation. We have seen a rise in abductions, enforced disappearances, unexplained deaths in police custody, arrests of citizens whose only crime was to speak truth to power or use the digital space to exercise their democratic right of expression. We have, last Thursday, I was compelled to appear in court along with other lawyers to defend young people against the trumped charges of terrorism for participating in protests. Many of those young people are languishing in remand because they cannot meet the exorbitant bail terms imposed on them. Through those trumped charges, my view, and I've said this more than once, is that Ruto is terrorizing the young people. He's the one terrorizing the young people. The young people have not committed any offense of terrorism. And you wait to see. They will not prove that charge, I can assure you that. Even foreign nationals have not been spared. We have seen leaders from Turkey and Uganda spirited away across borders in violation of international law. These acts are not merely unconstitutional. They are unworthy of the nation we have sought to build. But even in this climate, hopes endure. The Kenyan people refuse to give in to fear or apathy. Kenyan institutions and civil society, although under attack, continue to protect their space. Kenya ranks among the top 25% of countries in judicial independence and freedom of the press. These two pillars, along with an active citizenry, are the lungs through which our democracy breathes. We know that they are not perfect. But let's be clear. If the courts are captured and the press is silenced and citizens retreat, democracy suffocates. Ladies and gentlemen, so what is our charge on this day of commemoration? This year, the theme that has been chosen is to reclaim space and to reimagine democracy. To reclaim space is to insist that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 is not a suggestion, but the supreme law of the land, that its guarantees are not negotiable favors from the state, but inalienable rights to be enjoyed by everyone. The Bill of Rights says quite plainly, the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights belong to each individual and are not guaranteed by state. These are, in most cases, God-given rights that cannot be given by anybody. That sentence is the cornerstone of our freedom. It means that when a Kenyan stands to speak, the state does not grant him or her permission. It only has the duty to listen. When a mother seeks dignity for her child, the state is not giving her charity. It is fulfilling its obligation. To reimagine democracy is to see it not as a ritual of ballots every 5 years, but as a covenant renewed daily between the citizen and the government. It is to picture a Kenya where the right to assemble is respected, not feared, where the right to petition is honored, not punished, where power is a trust exercised on behalf of the people and not a privilege to be wielded over them. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not need to reinvent the wheel. Our call is to return to our social contract and the covenant we put together 15 years ago, the Constitution of Kenya 2010. As a legal practitioner and a former Chief Justice, I have always been a firm believer and an advocate of constitutionalism and the rule of law. These very basic tenets stand at the very core of democracy. We must therefore collectively rise to the challenge and stand up and speak out for democracy. This is the promise I offer Kenyans as we prepare to exercise our democratic right to vote in 2027. We must reset Kenya to the letter and the spirit of the Constitution by entrenching what I call Ukatiba philosophy. Some people have asked me, what is my philosophy? My philosophy is Ukatiba philosophy. Na mimi ni mukatiba. We must restore utu to every Kenyan, and we must rebuild our institutions so that they serve not some Kenyans, but all Kenyans equally and in fairness. The truth is that democracy dies in silence. Let us not allow autocracy to thrive by remaining silent. As Edmund Burke once remarked, and I quote, "All that is needed for evil to increase is for good men to do nothing." End of quote. Democracy is defended by mothers who refuse to bury their sons in silence. It is defended by journalists who refuse to trade truth for comfort. It is guaranteed by young people who refuse to be told that their future is postponed indefinitely. If democratic space is shrinking, then let us be bold and open these spaces ourselves. If democracy is faltering, then let us be the ones who stay steady. Because the indisputable truth is, when the people stand tall, no government, no corporation, no army, no shadow group of individuals or external forces can shrink them small. That is the meaning of democracy. That is the promise of this day. And that is the charge before us all. Let us defend our democracy. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Aww. Umesikia, we love you, Maraga. We were waiting for that response. Thank you so much for that amazing provocateur address from the Chief Justice Emeritus, David Kenani Maraga. Tuko tayari kupiga makofi? Tuko tayari? Tujitayarishe. Haya. For the incoming. Mko tayari kwa one term? Haya. Karabanda for Maraga. Karabanda for Maraga. Asante sana, Chief Justice Emeritus. Viva democracy, viva! Viva democracy, viva! Tukumbuke on Instagram, on X, on Facebook, at Forum Civ ESA. At Forum Civ ESA, kindly take photos, tag, write about the provocateur address. The hashtag is Viva Democracy. On LinkedIn, Forum Civ Eastern and Southern Africa. Sindio? Haya, sasa nataka kumuita msanii, activist, ambaye anaitwa Dominion. Tulisema Dominion on the beat. Hey, wadau. Dominion on the beat. Aya, tumpigie makofi. No, makofi ya kumuita. Dominion on the beat.
Dominion on the mic.
Dominion on the beat.
Dominion on the mic.
Karibu sana, Dominion.
Thank you so much. That's why kwa parliament kuna speaker ndio jue vitu ziko wrong, pedestrians wanapisha gari kupita kwa zebra crossing. Kama una chuki nami heri ni poison na rat and rat kuliko ninunulie Passat. Funds za elimu free na lipia mtoto wa minister private school fee. Kukuwa mtu mzuri ni hatia, ni walinishuku nikiofa mrembo lift kwa njia. Tafadhali samahani, shukran. Ni tamu zimepotea kata tu kwa skin ya Msudan. Kisu ni cutlery kwa mkono ya romba, ni silaha na increase casualties. Ukipenda utamu ya sweetie kuwa tayari kuvumilia casualties.
Thank you so much. Nairobi, hello. Ati mimi nimejitolea kupigania freedom. Wacha wakama ninyang'anye freedom. I serve a God that command angels at our tumewaambiwa freedom. Hii ni vita walai. Sina locks but tuko hapa breaking chains hazifai. Na tutabonga ukweli hata waseme tuko mangwai. Ka disciples walitoa Levi. Pia mimi nimekubali. Ka disciples walitoa Levi, we ni nani usikubali? So speak the truth hata wakuitie makuhani. Speak the truth kwa lugha zote hadi Kilami. Speak the truth mwenye hataki akanyage lami. Speak the truth kwa hii vita hakuna plan B. Hello. My name is Dominion, as you have heard. It's an honor to stand in front of all of you wonderful intellectuals. Nice to see you again, Mr. CJ. Yeah. Yes. The 6th. Yeah. I am the 66th. I am the reigning Grand Slam champion, and I am here courtesy of Forum Save and Creative Spill. So big shout out to them. Yeah. So the set we are going to do today. A few months ago, I represented Kenya in the World Poetry Slam Championship in Mexico, and I met a really interesting personality, the slam master of Norway, anaitwa Henrike, and we were talking about white privilege, and akaniuliza about the protests, and she asked, how does it feel like being a Kenyan Gen Z black boy? So I prefer telling you the story in a poem. Mama namna gani? Yeah, I need to stop saying that. All right. I landed in Mexico feeling like a new kid. No skin looked like mine. No mouth spoke my mother's tongue. I missed my mother. The streets moved, but they didn't move for me. They moved away from me. No one saw me for me until I met her, and I swear, it's like God decided to put on skin for a day to sit across for me. We talked, at first just words, and then our eyes met, and I have never seen blue like that before. She blew my mind. If I told you have pretty eyes, I'm sorry, I might have lied. This was alive and I got lost in its orbit. And when we hugged, bro, her scent stayed. I walked home smelling like her. The city itself smelled like home. Sometimes I wonder if she's the queen from my dreams at 27 or the princess I kept drawing at 7. We traded poems under the Mexican stars. I sat there staring at her. She was my poem. Forgive me, but I forgot where I come from. I forgot the El Gallo cold. I forgot the pain of losing brothers in the street. I forgot how taxed my 20s are. Then she asked me, how does it feel being a Kenyan Gen Z? And I wanted to tell her the truth, but the truth has...
From sunrise to sunset, all day and...
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking around with Power Radio. We have just come from the live keynote speeches there that were being given at the International Democracy Day. We are coming to you live from the University of Nairobi. It is really a day to reimagine democracy and reclaim space. What can we do as Kenyan citizens to ensure that we are creating the space for us to get our democracy in check? And what you've had there, of course, the first keynote speech was given by Ms. Marie Oderson. She is a representative from the Swedish government, and she serves as the head of development cooperation from the Swedish government. And really, from her speech right there, it's important to note that she submitted that democracy must not only be defended, but it must deliver on promises around equality, social justice, and climate change, as well as she was also able to give us the ascertain that democracy must be participatory and inclusive, and really just a call to ensure that we are deliberately creating the opportunities for each and every member of society to get involved in active democratic spaces as well. In her speech as well, she was able to ensure that she mentioned that democracy really has to, it's a reaffirmation of the restoration of dignity as well, which she was also able to say that it is more than institution, to her that it is more than an institution, but really what it is, it's a reclamation of human dignity as it pertains to our rights as well, calling also global partners to Kenya to ensure that they invest heavily in progressive democratic processes as well, and talking about the dialogue and the importance of dialogue and moving away from polarization and narratives around polarization, some of the things that she was able to ensure. So that was her speech. That is Marie Oderson, again, the head of development cooperation, representative from the Swedish government. Then shortly after that, we also had presidential candidate and ex-Chief Justice of Kenya, David Maraga, there giving us an exhortation from his keynote speech there, talking to us mainly about the where we are as a country in terms of looking at the state of democracy. To just give you some of the highlights from his keynote speech, he was able to mention that democracy is not a gift from the powerful to the powerless, really, stating that it's not just something that comes from those that are in power, but really those that come that the power of democracy stands within the people and for the people, because again, democracy is really a rule of the people, by the people, for the people. He was also able to say that it's a call, again, for dignity, which was also something that Marie was able to ensure to mention there, that it is really about looking at the intricacies and the inner workings of dignity as it pertains to human rights as well, and what the intersection of human rights is while it comes to the conversation around democracy as well. He did mention for sure that we have to move away from political disillusionment and political expediency as a country if we are to see democratic systems working for the betterment of our country as well. He was also able to mention that we need to go back to dialogue because from what we have experienced, even as a nation, putting into account what the Gen Z protests of 2024/2025 were able to bring our way, is that there was a conversation being sparked about the importance of streamlining dialogue and completely fading it away from unwarranted force, which he was able to say that young people, the young people that he has been able to have conversations with have been frustrated by the government, and the government which does not necessarily want to engage in dialogue, but instead wants to unleash unwarranted force against them. So that is something that he was able to call out the government for. But he also, in his speech, he did say that we need to not lose hope. We have to make sure that we, I think Barack Obama's book, The Audacity of Hope, is something that we could allude to. And so he was able to say that we have to absolutely make sure that we are not losing focus of hope and what pertains to the fight for democracy. Then, in his closing remarks, the ex-Chief Justice Maraga was able to give 2 charges. And one of the charges he was able to submit is that to insist that the Katiba isn't a suggestion, that it's non-negotiable, and that it's a social contract that gives the precedence for the rights to everyone, just as the Bill of Rights gives us there. And he was also able to say that we should not reinvent the wheel, but mostly we have to go back to the social contract, which is the Katiba. And of course, he said that we have to restore Utu, have to restore dignity, and have to restore Ukatiba as his philosophy as well. As during the closure of his keynote speech there. So those are some of the sentiments, some of the highlights in the nature of conversations happening today at the International Democracy Day. We are again coming live to you from the University of Nairobi. This is a town campus. It's at an event that is convened by Forum Civ. So we are going to get into our next conversation of the day. So do keep it Power Radio. Let me take a quick breather. We come back and we get into our next conversation. See you in a bit.
All day and night. Power Radio.
Hold up, wait a minute. I see you eyeing me. Hold up, wait a minute. I like you me.
Vile unani like, nako like. Vile unani like, nako like pia. Oh, vile unani like, nako like. Vile unani like, nako like pia. Oh, Kangoma, you give me that feeling all over you. Feel on any like, nako like. Feel on any like, nako like pia.
I Vile unani like, naku like. Got me singing about you on the mic, no rehearsal. Putting my neck on the line. Pale kwa DM, Nikki slide, ki commando. Say you're bad girl, let me see more. To my place, my great, we can do more. Shani kwa chumami, no vitisho. Iko, lafu na ku-release kama single. Now they're wondering how I like you and you like me. Yeah. We so merciless. Now jealousy will murder them. Boom.
Vile unani like, nako like. Vile unani like, nako like pia. Oh. Vile unani like, nako like. Vile unani like, nako like pia. Oh. Kangoma, you give me that feeling all over you. Vile unani like, nako like. Vile unani like, nako like pia. If you had my love and I gave you all the passwords, the keys to all my heart, would you write for me or what? Yeah, cool down, patience. You could patir till late now. I'm a chase man, not a waste man. Kamu kalia my face now. You say that you like my voice. Today we might make noise. Let me purchase the chase as a rock my choice. Come with your friends and gonna kill an eye boy. Feel unani like, nako like. Feel unani like, nako like pia. Oh, feel unani like, nako like. Feel unani like, nako like pia. Oh, Kangoma, you give me that feeling all over you. Feel unani like, nako like. Feel unani like, nako like pia. Oh.
Unanishuku kazi zangu za usiku zinakukera sana. Oh no, na vile we ni msupu, umepewa kila kitu. Rafiki yako ndiye sumu, anakuchocha sana. No, hapana, sikukuwa huko jana. Unapenda kugombana sana kila saa. No, hasira imegeuka hasara. Ingawa tunapendana, nimechoka sana. No, mina na itakuwa tu sawa hata tukiachana, mina itakuwa tu sawa hata tukiachana. Nenda lote, 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 mama.
Niko na trust issue na saa zingine naonanga wivu. Jumanika wako na kakitu, so siku hizi uniombangi kitu hata ya pitu. Na ni sawa tu hata kama haurudi usiku. I hope and pray the things that you do never hurt me and you. Sitadanganya, nilikesha studio jana. Baby mimi ungangana sana kila saa. Na hasira ikigeuka hasara. Si unajua na kupenda baby, so I don't wanna fight you, no. Itakuwa tu sawa hata tukiachana, mina itakuwa tu sawa hata tukiachana, mama. Nenda lote, nenda lote, nenda lote, mama. Nenda lote, mama.
jana. Unapenda kugombana sana kila saa.
Hasira ikigeuka hasara, ingawa tunapendana, imebidi tumeachana.
I was waiting for you to call me, but you never did. So now I'm calling up my homies. I'm so over this. I'm so into you, I don't know what to do. You don't reciprocate. Too little, too late. So tonight I'm letting loose. I'm gonna get over you. TikTok nikitetemesha, kwenye snap ninatetemesha. Need love, a real love. Mapenzi ya undercover inaleta pressure, pressure. Need love, a real love. Mapenzi ya undercover inaleta pressure, pressure. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Let it go, 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 go. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Let it go, 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 go. Nilikuaminia sana, sana, sana. Nilikuaminia sana, sana, sana. Kwa bash naingia natesa, natesa. Habari waisikia, utaweza, taweza. Beste yako pia memba, anakula kama tenda. Inaweza, inaweza. Tarimember. Need love, a real love. Mapenzi ya undercover inaleta pressure, pressure. Need love, a real love. Mapenzi ya undercover inaleta pressure, pressure. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Let it go, 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 go. Breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Let it go, 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 go. I know you like her, I'm not stupid. Get me someone, get me Cupid, get me gin and get me some music. I got to leave, I know what I'm doing, and this time I'm through it. Don't know why you're so fucking useless. I'ma try to restrict my movements and fuck your friend cause he introduced us. You're telling me, I'm telling you. Get a grip and get a clue. I've been a bitch, I thought you knew. Betty Tears, boy, nothing
From
new.
sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi for the International Democracy Day celebrations currently underway, convened by Forum Civ. It's a day that we've come together to reflect on the state of democracy and what it pertains to us, mostly young people, but also just everybody that cares about the state of affairs of the nation. And let me just tell you that it's been an exciting time here. We've just had a keynote speech from the ex-CJ, also now presidential candidate, Davis Maraga there. We also had a keynote speech from the Swedish government, a representative from the Swedish government, and amazing artists also doing some great performances. We have an illustrious exhibition from Power 254 as well. So please make your way here if you want to come and learn about your role and what you can do to ensure that you are engaging in matters democracy. But now, let's get into our next conversation. I am joined by a gentleman who is not new to the Power Radio studio as well. But well, today we are not in studio, but yeah, he's part of the Power Radio family. Mr. Tevin Kote himself from Badili, Africa. It's so good to have you again.
So good to be here. Man.
Yeah,
so
how are you? How are you doing?
Doing well. Thank you very much.
Happy
And
IDD.
Happy IDD.
Yes.
As a Kenyan,
yes,
I am hoping that we are gonna get to that point where we are saying happy IDD.
Yeah. As it stands right now, it's unhappy IDD.
We are still struggling here and there,
Right.
but we are headed, I hope you're headed in the right trajectory with people like His Emeritus CJ Maraga even wanting to be a president. So
right.
I
got
believe
it.
we'll be heading in the right direction.
Sure thing.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, let's just right off the bat, what does this day mean for you as Tevin, as a young citizen, as an active citizen of Kenya? Yes.
Right. So for me, as an active citizen of Kenya, International Day of Democracy is just a day for us to mark the strides we have made in regards to the fights for democracy even as a country, because democracy, in as much as it gives us freedom, is having the freedom to be able to, to vote and having the freedom to even speak like this, the way we are having this kind of speech, is also to see the fights that we are having in terms of having good leadership, the fight towards active participation of young people in terms of a democratic conversation, not just voting, but then how do you shape how leadership is done in the country, how what is happening in terms of holding leaders accountability. And for me, even as a young person, dating back from last year and what have been happening this particular year, is a day to just mark in terms of active participation of young people in terms of democratic conversation.
Right.
No longer being silent, but then being active voices in how we shape whatever, how leaders are governing us as a people.
Right.
Yeah.
From his speech, the ex-CJ was able to mention that, it's clear that democracy is declining and, we are seeing uprisings and revolts from young people from across the world. We just saw what happened in Nepal the other day. Ni kama walimalizia kazi yenye tulianza huku Kenya. So there's a very exciting time for young people as regards to processes of democracy and governance. So when you look at that, what does it give you more hope, or does it feel like there's still a lot of work to be done as well?
It gives me hope, because one thing, young people have refused to be silent. This is a generation that have refused, not just Kenya, not just Africa, but you have seen in Asia, when you talk about Nepal, when you see different countries, even in the US, in Los Angeles, people were, demonstrating because of corruption and bad governance. So young people have refused to be silent. That is something to be hopeful about. But then, even as CJ was saying, ex-CJ was saying about the diminishing aspect of democracy, is trying to see, in as much as we have so vocal in the conversation that we are having, how are we even showing up in terms of being intentional about how we show up? Because democracy is shaped with our intentionality to really contribute to the conversation and not just violence and everything. I see there is hope, but then there's still so much work to be done, because right now we are having a conversation about even understanding constitutionalism.
Right.
Even as a young people, how are we understanding the Constitution and how are we using the power of the Constitution as our shield and defender when you're fighting for the democracy?
Correct.
First of all, I think even for us as an organization, as Badili Africa, we're even coming up with different ways to engage young people on matters constitutionalism. Not knowing the Constitution, but also practicing constitutionalism in our day-to-day life. So there's more work, especially for ensuring that young people understand what the Constitution is all about and how we can use that power of the Constitution to be able to be our shield and defender in the fight of democracy. But then at least there's there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
We are not silent. We are not, we have not given up. And I know as we continue with this and we continue empowering young people to know what, this is not the end, this is just the beginning. I'm pretty sure we're going to get to that level where now the democracy aspect of it is no longer diminishing, but also climbing up the ladder.
Right.
Yeah.
Talk to us a little bit about how you're doing this.
All
you
right.
have very cool ways of capturing young people's imagination and sort of extending the olive branch for them to get involved in democracy.
So one of the most unique things that you're even having today, even here at the celebration of the IDD, is our political spa.
So cool.
People who have been, who are at the, and you have been glammed up
Badili
yourself.
Africa has badilished my face.
Exactly.
Yes.
So for us, the glam session is how we try and see how do we ensure civic conversation meets beauty. Because for young people, especially young women, this is supposed to target young women specifically in the institutions of higher learning. They're usually disenfranchised or left out of these conversations. When you go to the campuses, you'll hear young men called Bushimiwa, Jakwom, all of that. Those big names that are associated with leadership. But then a lot of young people are usually left out, especially the young women are usually left out. So for us, the makeup artists, the political spa is supposed to bridge that gap, where we have more young women engaging in civic conversation, democratic conversation, and not feeling like they're left out. So we try and ensure that, those people who are, when you go to campus and you have civic dialogue in campus, you'll see students, even if it's young women, students who are doing political science, governance, gender studies. But then how do you attract a young woman who is doing tourism? How do you attract a young woman who's doing engineering? They might be having that call to be leaders at some point in their life, but then how do you spark that?
And make it accessible.
And make it accessible to them. So we make this conversation very accessible to them, very relatable to them, where we have also the makeup artists as our civic educators.
Yeah.
So with their makeup artists, they already know how to do the glam. They know how to apply the makeup, but then how do you capacity build them so that they are also civic educators?
Right.
And not just during the political spa, but also in their day-to-day life as they are conducting their business in their places of business. How do you ensure they continue with this conversation across board? So that every young person, every young woman can be involved. We can bridge that gap.
Right.
So it's no longer about young men issue, but also young women's issue, because politics and governance affect us all, whether you're a young man or a young woman.
Yes.
So it is and I hope you'll be able even to capture some of the the conversations that are going there.
We will, yeah.
And we'll be doing it we're trying to see even how do we expand it beyond even campuses, so that also in the national level, people can be having this kind of conversation. And right now we are even in the process of even developing a curriculum to see how do this model expand this civic space and have more young women included in these conversations.
Wow, I love that. It's very brilliant, Pun intended. I think the broad brushes of democracy, if you see what I mean.
Yeah.
I think we have to also talk a little bit about the role of not just I think what I'm arriving at is, I know, for example, you are a communicator, and a lot of your work also deals with narratives and capturing messages and how people understand concepts and ideas. So talk to us a little bit about how you go about creating messaging that is captivating, but also the importance of narratives in sort of creating a buy-in for young people to engage in conversations around democracy.
That's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
Because recently we were having trying to see how do we have more young people engaged in democratic conversation, and not just engaged, but also using their own spaces to propagate these conversations. And we came up with an idea. A lot of young people like challenges and everything, and we came up with something called the Article 43 challenge of the Constitution. For young people, first of all, to understand what does Article 43 of the Constitution really talk about, and how do you apply it in the real life. So we gave them a challenge to be able to, break down the constitutional principle of that article, and then tie it to your day-to-day life. If it's access to water, what does it mean to you? If it's access to education, what does it mean to you? So it's about to see the audience of young people like something that is, lively, engaging, and all of that. So for us, and even for me as a communicator, is trying to see, first of all, how do I understand what the language of the young people, and how do I use that as an attractive element for them to be able to contribute to this conversation. And we saw a lot of young people even contributing, and young people, a lot of young people posting on their TikTok and everything, and so many people were engaging in this conversation. And we are saying, so why not? This is just the beginning. We are talking about the Constitution, first of all, the social rights, and economic rights. So how do we also expand that beyond that? This is just a tester. It's to be able to see how do you come up with methods that young people already are doing, not inventing, because these things are happening. People are engaging on their different digital media platforms. How do you use that as a tool to ensure that they engage, but not reinventing the wheel?
Right. Awesome. All right. As we wrap up our conversation this morning, wow, it's way into the afternoon. Your clarion call for young people, mostly young people, who might not necessarily see their role in terms of, what they have to do with democracy. What would your clarion call for them be?
I know there is a bit of fatigue in terms of active participation.
Yeah.
But my clarion call to the young people is we can't stop. We can't stop. We are very close, and they already have heard our voices.
Yeah.
They have seen our power. They have seen the numbers that we have. We just can't stop.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fatigue and everything, we just have to keep on pushing.
Right.
And I know when we do that, we're going to get to, they're saying we're going to cross the River Jordan.
Yes.
And we're going to get to the promised land once and all.
Amen to that. All right. Where can people find Badili Africa?
So for Badili Africa, we are across both all social media platforms. At Instagram, you find us at Badili_A.
Yeah.
At X, you find us Badili_A. LinkedIn, Facebook, you find us at Badili Africa, as well as YouTube. And at TikTok, you find us at Badili Africa 0.
Awesome.
Yes.
Tevin, always a pleasure having conversations with you.
Always a pleasure.
And looking forward to the next time that we have
Definitely.
one. Hey, it's always a chat
Please
fest.
invite me.
Karibu sana.
Awesome. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
That is Mr. Tevin Kote, from Badili Africa there. We were going to take now a short breather. When we come back, we pave way for our next conversation. Again, we are live at the University of Nairobi grounds, the town campus, courtesy of Forum Civ for a day full of conversations around the democracy. It's International Democracy Day that is always celebrated annually on the 15th of September. And this year's theme is Reclaiming Space and Reimagining Democracy. So those are some of the conversations that have been setting the pace and setting the tone of deliberations happening here live. So do keep it Power Radio for the next conversation on democracy. See you in a bit.
Rise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
She says she's okay. I don't believe her. There's just something about the way she turned her back on me. I know in my mind I'll never leave her. There's just something about the way we love each other right. And even though we fight all night and day, I know sometimes in love there can be pain. And even though we need a little break, I know that you'll come back to me. You know that I'll come back to you, 'cause that's when you'll start to feel my love. Feel it, that's when you feel it. That's when you'll start to feel my love. Feel it, that's when you'll feel it. Na 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 na.
Usiponipenda nitapendwa na nani? Nitakuwa mgeni wa nani? Ukiwa mbali nami nabaki tabani. Ona nahisi kisirani, hawa haina maana. Mimi na wewe kuzozana, mbona tunasimangana? Hatuwezi semezana, my love, haina maana. Mimi na wewe kuzozana, mbona tunasimangana? Hatuwezi semezana.
And even though we fight all night I know sometimes in love there can be pain, and even if we need a little break, I know that you come back to me. You know that I'll come back to you, and that's when you start to feel my love.
This is Hendrik Sam.
Misikatai, unanidai, akiwalahi, ninaogopa sitadinai. I want you to lie, ni vile ai. I'm trying to find good love, baby, baby. I'll be the one for you. Mpenzi utangoja, yeah. Mpenzi utangoja, yeah, yeah. Sitaki we uchoke, yeah. Sitaki we uchoke, yeah. I'm trying to be the best version of myself. If you wait for me, I don't need nobody else. I'm trying to find good love, baby, maybe, and I'll be the one for you.
Already, Karibu, welcome back to the International Day of Democracy. We're live on location at UN Chandaria Center, and we are celebrating democracy. It has been a beautiful day, having very important conversations, and I'm not by myself right about now. I am honored to be joined by Sani. You know, here we love Wasani, and he goes by the name Dominion, and he has just blown us away with a beautiful piece that I think encompasses the thoughts and the feelings of Gen Z in this country right now. So, Dominion, hi.
Hi.
Yeah, una dominate.
I am trying.
Yes, you don't want us to breathe. Why? Tear gas, alafu.
Why should we? We have to remember.
Right?
We have to remember, yeah.
Yeah, holding on to the trauma and weaponizing it for our own good.
for the good of
using the anger.
Good of all, yeah.
All right, I love that. Yeah, so that was a really beautiful piece. But more importantly, I want to ask you, what does it actually mean for you outside of being a poet? What does it actually mean for you to be somebody that I would say is a voice for democracy, just from what we've seen on stage? What does it mean for you right now?
I take it as a responsibility.
Right.
Because someone has to say it.
Mhm.
And if we are going to use our voices for something, we might as well use it for something that is worthy.
Okay.
Something that is worthy of the cause.
Okay.
And keeping in mind the generation that's coming, they're the ones we are fighting for. We are sowing these seeds so that they can live better.
Yeah.
They can have better than what we have.
Mhm.
And I take that responsibility personally. Yeah, to speak and just to speak. I may not save the whole world.
Yeah.
But the little that I can and the amount of people that I can reach, that works for me. Yeah.
That's beautiful. And I would dare say that former CJ Maraga curtain raised for you. So that was, and he said that if those of us that are chilled, if we continue to be silent, we're the ones that, perpetuate injustice, right?
Yeah.
And we happen to be in a country that doesn't seem to like opposing opinions.
True.
But our constitution, our 2010 constitution, we have the right to expression, freedom of expression. We have creative freedom as artists. I'm a poet myself. And that's something that we've been, scuffling with. What can you post? What can't you post? So what do you feel needs to be changed right now? Do we need to scrape everybody in parliament? Do we need to start our own social media, a whole new country? What's the solution from where you're sitting?
Fun fact, that's the third time he's curtain raised for me.
Come on.
No, I don't know, we tend to bump into such spaces. Katiba Day and then this one and then the previous one.
Yeah.
I keep
Greatness.
going after him.
Yeah.
Which is really interesting. It's an honor.
Right.
And wishing him, of course, all the best. As
He deserves it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So back to what we were talking about. What do you think we should do? Honestly, man,
it's heavy.
I have reached a point where I feel like we just have to start afresh.
Okay.
Just bring down the whole system. and
Okay.
This might look controversial, but I would want to reference what's happening.
I mean, isn't blood on the streets controversial? We've had enough controversy. It's become the order of the day.
True.
So I feel like that's fine. We can burn the country down. I'm a millennial myself, and I'm just like, let's burn everything. I feel like our future children deserve that.
Like Nepal.
Come on.
Is it Nepal?
Yes.
Oh, the very impressive bunch of people. Freedom has never been won by just talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's unfortunate, but blood has always had to be shed.
Yeah.
So that
As a sacrifice for freedom.
Yeah.
Right.
And I think about the people who have left us, the soldiers we have lost on the streets.
Yeah.
I tend to believe that deep down they hoped or they believe we won eventually. So for the sake of better, I like saying better a lot.
Yeah.
For the sake of better,
Yeah.
freedom has never been won through
Okay.
words alone. Yeah.
So it is what it is. Let's do what we have to do.
I mean, if we have to fight, we have to fight. We
Okay.
are fighting. I am fighting with a pen because that's
Yeah.
what I'm good at.
Yes.
But for the people who can fight with,
Right, with
the swords, bring them.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
Already, and speaking about fighting with the pen, yeah, you spoke about being on world stages, and speaking to slam champions, and that's one of the most radical ways, to fight a fight. Like poetry is angry, it's beautiful, it's deep, and it's also one of the best platforms to express anger in a way that is loud, but also still provocative, also very effective. So, what do you plan to achieve with your pen moving forward? What is it that you're looking forward to? What's the work? What do you want to be remembered for?
I am going to tell my story and our collective story as much as I can.
Okay.
And I said this before and I say it again. I would want people to remember me as the guy who tried to be good,
Right.
but not a god.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm not trying to be God and save everyone. I'm just trying to be good.
Yeah.
Trying to be good.
Yeah.
And live a better place for the future, for the people. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I would want to. I want to be remembered as the kind of guy who used his voice on such big platforms to speak for his people.
Yeah.
Because I am a product of the community.
Right.
I stand here not just as myself, but as a movement. There are thousands of voices behind me.
Yes, you represent a whole generation.
Yeah, and I speak for them.
Yes.
It's never about me.
Now, as you speak for them, please speak to them. Say something to young Kenyans right now. Just anything you'd love to say to them.
remember who you are and remember where we've come from. We have come so far to give up now, so let's keep the fight going.
Okay.
Let's keep the fight going.
Already, and that has been the beautiful voice of Dominion. So support him on the socials at Dominion254.
Yes.
Yes. And,
Dominion254 on Instagram, all other platforms, Dominion Effect.
all right. Thank you so much for giving us your voice and your time, and continue being a democratic voice. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
All right.
Yeah.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
The one for you.
Niko na visa, niko kwa simu na nasikia bashi meshika. Je, kuna madem, kuna maniga, maodine wamekuja kuchachisha.
And leader here at the University of Nairobi. Let's give it up for him. And finally, we have the first female president from the Machakos University, Ashley Lagat. Let's give it up for her. Thank you very much. And I know our panel has already seen how fast the time has gone, and we'll all accommodate the time that we have together. We have a large panel. We have a panel from different institutions, from government, from the legal sector, from civil society, those here also representing Gen Z. And we hope that we will have inclusive views and thoughts even as we begin this conversation. I know Abdul will put up to the screen just some information about our panel together with their profiles, and you'll be reading them as we start. But I think we'll start right away. And I want to start with Eric, who is right next to me. And as you've heard, he's the executive director of the International Commission of the Juries. And Eric, as a lawyer who is currently working in the civil society space, I want to hear from you. How do you see the Kenya's legal institutions stepping up to safeguard our democracy during this time where we feel like the civic space is shrinking? And what do you think is the role of the legal sector, especially the jury and yes, the Chief Justice especially, in ensuring accountability even in the face of growing repression, as we have heard from the data? Eric, let's hear from you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will not belabor much. I mean, the artists have spoken, the Chief Justice has spoken, people who came before me. But let me say this, that the legal fraternity has two levels. We have the bar and the bench. The bar is the lawyers, the litigants, who practice law differently. And we have the bench, who are the magistrates and the judges. Both have different roles to play. But that role must be in a context. The context must be that we have a democracy that gives us rights. We have a democracy that gives us services, freedoms, and dignity. And dignity comes in many forms. We're talking about livelihoods, we're talking about education, talking about health. In the absence of that, then the people must move the bench and the bar at the same time. Why do I say that? That when your rights have been taken by the executive, when you look at the separation of powers, when the legislature has become rogue, then you need a community that is informed and that it can demand and claim its rights. If you look at Article 22 of the Constitution, it gives us that particular position. And therefore, for you to move the the bench, for us to discuss whether judiciary or the courts are up to the game, is that the court must be moved. But the court being moved must also stay above board. It must not be captured. It must be objective. It must not fall to bribes. However, the court in itself has no powers to discuss unless it's been given the opportunity to do so. Now, as people, what are we supposed to do? Looking at the legal fraternity, in the event that our other means, we have protested, we have demonstrated, we have picketed in many ways, and the executive doesn't seem to listen, then sometimes the court is the last bastion. And we do that by creating cases, either through public interest litigation or strategic interest litigation, where we are claiming that the Constitution has been offended. And for us to do that, it means, as a people, we are ready to pay certain sacrifices. Some sacrifices
Seasons come and go. We all are
to what the Constitution expects us to do. So,
And welcome back to Power Radio. We're live on location, the International Day of Justice. We're having conversations and reflecting on how far we've come as a country since the 2010 Constitution, and also since we became an independent state. And we are so honored to have the former CJ here with us. Yes, and the former Chief Justice. And we have been having conversations about democracy for so many years.
Yes.
And I would say that it has literally been your career to have conversations about democracy.
Yes.
How does it feel to continue having the same conversations? Do you think that we are moving forward as a country?
We are not moving forward. We are regressing.
We are regressing.
We are regressing,
Okay.
and that's extremely unfortunate.
Mm-hmm.
At this time in the history of our country, we should be the leader in democracy.
Yes.
On the continent.
Yes.
We have the best constitution.
Mm-hmm.
If only we could implement that constitution,
Yes.
we would be the best democracy.
Yes.
We have, wonderful people. Kenyans are wonderful people.
Mm-hmm.
Kenyans are people who want to obey the law.
Mm-hmm.
They are people who want to follow the law, who want to do everything right.
Yes.
But they are not being given an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, they are being led by people who don't want to follow the law
Mm-hmm.
and who want to do things their way
Mm-hmm.
and who want to rob them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is the sad bit of it.
Yes.
Yes.
And I love what you said in there as you gave your address to Kenyans. Yes. And you mentioned about the danger of remaining silent and doing nothing,
Yes.
the danger of essentially apathy.
Yes.
And there are systems set in place. There are representatives that we have voted in power, some placed there, by the representative that we voted for.
Yeah.
And this system upholds, the power that they hold. Yes, it might be unconstitutional, all of the acts that we are complaining about, all the reasons why there's bloodshed on the streets, all of the tear gas. And the question is, since it seems to be a systematic thing that just changes characters and players, what do we need to do to uproot the system from the evil roots that it seems to have grown since we came into democracy many years ago in 1963?
Thank you very much. Kenya became independent and had a constitution. It was a good constitution.
Yes.
But it was not followed at all. Instead of following the democratic principles, the leaders who came set up a system.
Yes.
We call it extractive system.
Yes.
Extractive in the sense that they are extracting from the state. They are robbing the state. And it has continued all through and through. Even with the opportunities that have come in, they have not done that.
Yes.
And when you go on like that, a stage will come when the people will not take it anymore. We call that the critical juncture
Yes.
in the country's history.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, we are at that critical juncture.
Yes.
We either make or break.
It is the last straw on the camel's back.
It's the last straw. So what it is for Kenyans, we cannot afford to break our country. We need to make it. And that's why I've offered myself.
Yes.
My vision for this country is to restore, reset the country to constitutionalism and restore democracy.
Yes.
and deal with corruption head on, because that is the greatest cancer that this country is suffering from.
Yes.
If we can deal with those two, reset the country to constitutionalism.
Yes.
What that means is everybody will have to obey the law. There will be no mtu mkubwa. Everybody will have to obey the law.
Yeah.
Those who don't obey the law are dealt with in accordance with the law. And the people will respect. You know, you will get to a stage where people don't even fear the police. They fear the law more than the police.
Yes.
When you have CCTV cameras saying the speed limit here is 50, if you go beyond 50, this is the punishment.
Yeah.
People will follow the law, very, very obediently. And we'll have a great country.
Yes.
Kenya is a great country.
Yes.
All we need to do is to have everybody obeying the law and deal with the corruption.
Yes, deal with the cancer.
Deal with the cancer. And we will have, and Kenya is a rich country.
Yes.
The amount of money that is being lost to corruption will give the services the Kenyans require.
Wow.
Yes.
Something that I really love, even as we bring this conversation to an end, is how hopeful you are for our nation. And I don't think I can say the same for the Gen Zs, the young generation. I myself being a millennial, and I know that I speak for a lot of us to say that the young people are saying, burn this country down. We are here, but we are ready to die. And I think that's that's a message we saw happening during the protests that happened last year and this year again. And so now with the message of hope that you have, saying that Kenya is a good country, that there is hope for our country as long as we're able to reset and deal with the cancer of corruption. What would you say to young people who say, to hell with everything, burn the country down because we are simply tired and we're tired of hearing the same stories time and time again? Please speak to the young people of this country.
Yes. Thank you very much. Young people, we hear you. We hear the pain you are going through because nobody is listening to you. But we cannot burn our country down, because when you burn the country down, we lose and you yourselves lose. I have offered myself to reset this country to constitutionalism. I have offered myself to get the Kenyans on a level playing ground. If it is jobs, you are going to get opportunities where you will compete with everybody else on an equal basis. It will not be because of your surname. It will not be because of who you know. It will be whether you qualify for that position.
Yes.
And I'm sure if you have very many people competing for one position and they get the best taking it, the others will raise their hands and say, my opportunity is going to come tomorrow. That's fairness. And when I talk about, going back to the Constitution, the Constitution is about justice.
Yes.
The Constitution is about fairness.
Right.
And when you deal with corruption, you will eliminate that, you will get enough money to give us drugs in our hospitals and to take our children to school.
I love that.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and as we smile, I want to ask you one last question. Moving forward, as you continue to make your legacy, because I feel like our country is safe in your hands.
Yes.
What legacy do you want to leave behind when you are remembered long past the days when you are gone? What do you want Kenya to say about you?
That I minded about the Kenyans' welfare, irrespective of one's position in society, irrespective of one's ethnicity. As a one people, that we work together. Yes, okay. we want the welfare of all Kenyans to be given an equal opportunity so that nobody is discriminated against.
Already, such profound words. Thank you so much once for here at the International Day of Democracy by Forum CIV.
Yes.
We are live on location, UN Chandaria Center, and we are going to continue having these conversations on democracy. Keep it locked on Power Radio.
Thank you.
Sunrise to sunset, all day, Power Radio. 'Cause I wanna be more than a friend. I wanna be more than a friend.
Ile siku tulipatana ndani ya matingana, nilikucheki nikatamani hata tungejuana. Chini jue upiga luku na vile woni tunijo niko mandukulu. Chini jue upiga luku na vile woni tunijo niko feelings leo za mwagika, kuna mavitu sitakianika, na nimechoka sana kujificha. We need to find out where we are, 'cause I wanna be more than a friend. I wanna be more than a friend. I wanna be, I wanna be more than a friend. I wanna be more than a friend. Just I wanna be. I wanna be. 'Cause I wanna be more than a friend. Just I wanna be. I wanna be. I wanna be. I wanna be more than a friend. Just I wanna be. I wanna be. I wanna be more than a friend. Just I wanna be. I wanna be more than a friend.
You're my everything, everything. Your loving is my medicine, medicine. So show me your ability, 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 ability. Namin kuoneshe ability, 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 ability. Wakipendana cha wapendane kisiri, wakinionesha wataniumiza roho, wakiachana watachekwa tu, cheza chini wakicheza juu juu juu. Katangaze ni sisi, ndo kusema wasijiumize ko, uko na akili ya mapesa tu, cheza chini tukicheza juu juu. You're my everything, everything. Your loving is my medicine, medicine. So show me your ability, 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 ability. Namin kuoneshe ability, 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 ability.
We can entrust any person we vote for, and to allow us just process that further, Dr. Otele. I know civic education in Kenya has had a very similar way of delivering, but the 2024 finance bill allowed us to see how differently young people and generally people can absorb and synthesize information using digital media, among others. And as a professor in political science currently, allow us to understand how other democracies are doing it, what we can learn as a way to better prepare citizens to participate democratically. What are some of the ways that we can ensure that civic education becomes more experiential, so that what Michael said, we are able to vote the leaders who are best suited for the positions?
Yes, thank you, Chalimo, for the opportunity. And thanks for being here, all of you. Civic education is very, very important. I say so because we have talked about public participation, but then sometimes we fail to appreciate why public participation is not happening as envisioned. My charge has been the question of civic education is not done properly. And the reason why we anchor this in our discourse is the very civic education as being the bedrock of engaged citizens. We are living in a digital space. We are all, surrounded in a context where there's a lot of information. Then, so how then do we navigate, these concerns around issues to do with, for example, misinformation? How do we get to sieve out what is right and what is wrong?
all these concerns make this space to be more contested. And there are several cases around the world in terms of how the state and civil society can actually move beyond the classroom textbook engagement. And I like your emphasis on experiential. In fact, this is a great moment for us in academia. We are talking about competence-based education training. Even here at the university, and it's happening in other universities, we have been called upon to review our curriculum. And we are told, make sure that you put in practical learning. And so in this kind of conversation, we will ask ourselves, how can we tailor the learning of civic education into a more...
Fue in Christ, I'm your devil, but don't...
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for sticking around with us on Power Radio. Again, coming to you live from the University of Nairobi grounds for the International Democracy Day, coming to you live here, courtesy of Forum Civ. It's going to be just a whole day. We've been engaging in conversations around democracy and what we need to do as a collective to ensure that we are strengthening democracy. And who else to have this conversation but none other than somebody who is from Forum Civ, and I'm going to allow him to introduce himself. It's really good to have you on Power Radio. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, how are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm good and very excited.
Yes.
Looking at guys here, young people. Older people trying to pass the mantle.
Yes.
In matters of democracy.
Matters of democracy.
My name is Jackson Yubare. I'm the regional manager for Forum Civ, responsible for our work in East and Southern Africa in Nairobi. And I'm great to happy here to have a conversation with Power Radio.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson, for taking the time to talk to us. So, you know, Forum Civ, your role, that's a very huge role, first of all. Regional manager, that means that you're constantly thinking of ways in which we can open up the conversation and the dialogue around democracy. So just talk to us a little bit about what this day means for you as a Kenyan citizen and where you sit.
Yeah, so before I talk about what the day means for me,
yes,
just to tell you who Forum Civ is and what we do. So Forum Civ is a Swedish organization working globally in approximately 70 countries, with country and regional offices spread across.
Yes.
And our work, each and every day we go to the office, whether working from home, is to contribute to a just and sustainable world where everyone has the power to effect change. And that change can also be political change because we're talking about democracy.
Yes.
That change also is social, it's economic. How do we get most of our people out of poverty through means that make them more sustainable in the long term? And how can they influence change?
Yes.
Even from their minutest level you can imagine, whether it is a child, when you talk about everyone contribute to a just and sustainable change.
Yeah.
And therefore, democracy, it's one of those days that we do celebrate the National Day of Democracy as Forum Civ. Among other days, we have picked International Women's Day. We also have many days there in between that we do celebrate the Week of Creativity and Innovations, where young people, artists, which I know Power 254 is very passionate about art.
Yeah.
We do promote such.
Right.
So when we talk about democracy and why this day is important to me, celebrating our gains, but also reflecting on what misses we've had in the last couple of years, makes me feel happy that even if it's not 100% celebrated in terms of democracy, you see now leadership, even globally, people have just taken a backseat talking about democracy, right?
Right.
Why? Because of self-interest, because they want to project power,
Yes.
and they are not following the rule of law as it is. So this day is important because we have a struggle that Kenya had in the past. Before multi-party session in Kenya that came in board, I want you to imagine how Kenya was under one-party rule.
Wow.
People didn't have a voice. And I said in the morning, even imagining that the president should cease to be in office, even imagining if somebody was to find a way that you imagined, they come for you and you are locked in wherever.
Yes.
Or you will disappear without trace.
Yes.
So you can see the strides that we have made from where expression of your freedom was warranting you to go to jail to a place where we can openly speak about issues, about social media, what's happening and what is happening in the country, what's happening to our leaders and what we expect them to do. But by and large, why we are celebrating this and reflecting back is to ensure that we don't reverse the gains that we have made. And increasing the state of democracy in Kenya, we are seeing it now. Even now, when we speak like this, somebody every time asks, I hope I'm going to arrive home safely now that I've spoken.
Now that I've spoken,
media. I don't know what's going to happen. That's fear. We shouldn't be in that kind of situation.
Yes.
Because we are a democracy, right?
Yes.
And therefore, celebrating this day reminds us the gains that we have made and the constant vigilance that we must have to ensure that we don't reverse those gains that have been made.
Right, and rightfully so, you've clearly very well articulated the need for regional collaboration, and I think you're the best person to speak about that. So on that layer, how does democracy in Kenya compare to the region that we are in? Then the second layer of that is, how do we ensure that we strengthen regional collaboration and partnerships to ensure that this, democracy, if we are making gains and we are making progress in one country, it shows across the region as well.
Across the region.
Yes.
Because of the diversity of the region, whether political philosophy, the social philosophy of these countries, sometimes it's very difficult to say you are doing a comparison across because of the ideologies that are in these countries. So I could be making a mistake if you say Kenya is ideal for others, because if you travel to Rwanda, they will tell you they have the best democracy. But when you sit and listen and reflect, you are like, where you cannot even talk, express your opinions, is that a democracy? But the citizens have come to believe that they are okay with the form of governance that they have. But I don't want to compare Kenya with the regional peers who are backsliding in terms of safeguarding democratic gains, because then we'll be lowering our benchmark. We should be comparing ourselves with developed democracies, because our constitution is so robust that it has been borrowed from developed countries to give us the ideals and aspirations as citizens, right?
Yeah.
And in so doing, I want us to benchmark with the democracies that are open.
Right.
That if I speak to you, I'm not happy with what you said, and I tell you off, I shouldn't fear about my life because I openly expressed my thoughts or my perspectives. So in the region, we have countries backsliding, but we are also seeing what we call transnational coordination of extending violations of human rights. And I want to give an example.
Yes.
What happened to Boniface Mwangi?
Right.
What happened to the late
Haile
from Uganda?
Yeah.
What happens to the former Chief Justice, Willy Mutunga, when they are returned, Arrival and Martha Karua in Tanzania?
Yes.
That tells you these countries are coordinating.
Yes.
What happened to the Sarungi, Maria, who was almost abducted in Kilimani here?
Right.
That tells you, and to the Ugandan opposition, Besigye, who's been in custody for all this time.
Yes.
It's not a good trend at all. It shows that human rights defenders cannot hide in any of these countries because these people in authority are coordinating to really shrink you and crush you into the grave. So I think what's happening in the region, Kenya among them, we are backsliding in terms of democratic values. And we need to not to relent as citizens,
Right.
not to fear, because fear will make them continue to violate rights of many. Let's be bold enough.
Yeah.
In the morning I spoke about the hummingbird that kept on looking for water and drop to put fire off in the forest.
Right.
While others were seated asking, what can you do with your small pick?
Yes.
Let's ensure that our small actions consistently pursued will create a change that we want in
Cool.
Kenya
Yeah.
and influencing the region.
And influencing the region as
Yes.
well.
Thank
And as we talk about the day today, the theme is reclaiming space and reimagining democracy. Talk to us a little bit about how do we reclaim the space and how do we reimagine democracy as it stands? Because it feels like we have a long way to go.
In the morning, we had a talk show at Spice FM, and the question was, is democracy working?
Right.
That's the question, right?
Yeah, right.
I think the fathers of democracy really put the ideals of what a democratic state looks like. And when you talk about reclaiming, it says there were already the ideals in place. Why are we making tangent from the ideals, right?
Right.
And we are progress free. For example, in Kenya,
Yeah.
put constitution in place that is so robust, that is so forward-looking, that we say, okay, because when I look at this constitution, it's like a mirror.
Right.
Then I'm finding a fault in my eye, on my face. Instead of removing the fault in my face, I'm actually crashing this mirror. So that's what we are doing to the constitution that lost this country,
Yeah.
to undermine democracy. So to
Right.
reclaim means, can we go back to the ideals that were actually set by the founders of democracy?
Right.
Even when we need to contextualize. Because we also agreed there are things that people saw 1500 CC, they may not be applicable now.
Yeah.
How do we contextualize in our own ways of living today, but still keep to the core values of accountability, transparency, and above all, enhancing trust? All this is happening because we elect leaders to offices, right?
Yes.
But because they go to serve their own interests, we lose trust in them. Once they lose trust with the citizenry, whatever they are doing, nobody's onboarded on their journey.
Right.
And that is the beginning of the declining of democracy,
Yes.
especially when talk about accountable leadership in offices.
Right.
Reimagining is to say, okay, these are the ideals from the beginning, but can we have a better democracy in the future, even when we integrate with the new innovation and technologies in the market, in the world? AI has come. How can we use AI for the betterment of society? Not using AI for extractive reasons and for, really shrinking further the space. Because now the governments of the day are using AI technologies to survey citizens, to see where they are walking, where they are going, what they are doing, what they are discussing. That's not the best way. In fact, how unsecure do you feel if you find that part of your family or your children, that you are fearing that your children are discussing about you? Why should you fear children discuss about you? The children are discussing about the state of the family, and they want to bring the family head and say, hey dad, hey mom, we know what? I think we have been moving so well, but we think there's something that needs to change here fundamentally. Let's reimagine what our life looked like, but what our future life looks like, because a future generation that has not been born may not be understanding what happened in the 19th century. They will read in history. They have no connection. But the core values should be maintained even the next generations to come.
Right.
Yes.
What will it cost? Because I know there is a price to everything. Reimagining democracy is not going to happen with a snap of a finger. It must cost something.
Yes.
What will it cost?
It will cost lives because, unfortunately, because there are those who believe that the country should move to a particular direction to serve the current needs and the future. There are those who want the status quo, and the crash of the two will lead to loss of life because of we want to express how we want the future look like. And those people who are in power hold the tools, systems, everything, and the forces they are not going to let it for free. Even as the independence happened, we did not get free independence from British colony.
Right.
People died. Eventually they said, enough is enough. We give you independence to rule yourself. That imagination of the future is going also to cost blood.
Right. We just celebrated 15 years since the promulgation of the Kenyan Constitution 2010. And, in his keynote speech, I was listening in to the ex-CJ, David Maraga, there saying that we need to stop reinventing the wheel in this country and actually uphold constitutionalism if we are to apply ourselves for the fight of democracy. There is still so much work that needs to go in terms of creating the spaces for us to ensure that we are applying and reapplying ourselves towards the social contract, which is the Kenyan Constitution. But there are so many barriers. I don't know, where are we missing it?
So one of the barriers, the impediment to, can I say, full implementation of our constitution?
Correct.
Is the lack of political will. And I believe in this country, I can speak about it, that it's on record that our current president was on the opposing side of the new constitution, right?
Yes.
So how do you expect somebody who did not believe in something to be held to be responsible to implement it? There is a challenge, right?
Yes.
Even if there are divergent perspectives, the fact that they were open and now he is the one responsible for leading this country, I know deep in his heart he's not 100% convinced about it. So that lack of political will really facilitates that the constitution is not going to be implemented as it is. You hear people talking about, can we do a referendum? Before you implement, we want to have referendums. Why should we do that, right? So that's one. The second one, resources are not adequately allocated for the implementation of this constitution. The constitutional offices that are in place, they are under-budgeted, understaffed, and therefore it makes oversight difficult, right? The devolved units, which are supposed to be the center of delivery of public goods and services, they are also staffed of resources. How do you implement that to happen when lots of money is remaining at the national level, unless it's going to the counties, and yet service deliveries at those functions? So I think the remedy for this is first to ensure that we adhere to the rule of law. Let's implement the constitution. After implementing the constitution, because we are talking about 15 years, but there are things we have not even done in that constitution, right?
Yes.
And we keep trying to find cut corners, not implement it as it is. We want leadership that is committed to implementation of the 2010 Constitution, leadership that is also concerned about corruption in this country, leadership that is corruption and excessive borrowing are going together, because borrowing is financing this corrupt deals. And by so doing, we make service delivery inaccessible at all. Education, it's in a shambles, Lecturers have already issued a strike notice. Teachers were already, but they were called to State House. I don't know what happened.
And they started chanting their things.
I don't know when the president calls us from civil side to allocate us houses.
They should call us,
And which percentage? Teachers are 10%, 20%. I don't know others, and we are contributors to the housing, right? So, if we implement the rules of this country as they are, we will have peace. That is
your submission.
My submission.
Right. As we wrap up this conversation, the youth question, it's always going to come up in all conversations, The displeasure with it is that there is a lot of reductionistic and perhaps I would say tokenistic representation of young people, even when it comes to mainstreaming their involvement and engagement in democratic processes. How do we move away from tokenizing young people and actually calling them to the decision-making table for their voices to actually be to count and not just for them to be seen without necessarily them being heard?
One of the, and it's very unfortunate. A few I think a month ago or so, when the president invited young people and they were showcased of the items they were receiving in motorbikes, and I don't know whether they went. I haven't gotten anybody on the road to here. This was one of the gifts I got from State House. I don't know whether you
Walipewa soda.
But the motorbikes, the assets that were being shown.
Yes.
Because this is a tool for production, right?
Yes.
And if they got a soda, it's consumable. That's it, right?
Yeah.
So the young people at Forum Civ, we have 2 programs.
Okay.
It's called Activism Academy.
Yes.
So this is to give the young people to use the opportunity of their talent, art, to express themselves, but also earn a living. Speak truth to power through art, right?
Yes. Yes.
But we also have the Next Gen Fellowship Program. Is for young people, women and men, to go through a rigorous training that also prepares them to lead this country. And I know, if we ask all Kenyans this country, we need to vote young people on the basis of ideologies and ideas they have for development, not money. Where does a young graduate from university get money from to bribe people? I mean, why should we do that?
Right.
That has also undermined good representation from the. We actually have good people who should be voted to lead this country as young people.
Yeah.
But they have been undermined by political party structures.
Yes.
Because in the political parties hierarchy, I don't know who should connect you to be known, right?
Yeah.
And tickets are sold to the highest bidder.
Yeah.
Even when you have the ability and the capacity to deliver for your citizens.
Yeah.
But we have to be deliberate and intentional in empowering young people, either through skills, not sending them to Dubai to do manual jobs.
Yeah.
We need to find opportunities here home, empower them so that they contribute to the economic development of this country and not another country. Because all of us, we need this Kenya to go ahead, to progress, for it to continue providing. And the young people are not leaders of tomorrow. They are leaders of today, now. And we need to give them that opportunity to lead us in whatever capacity they have that opportunity to do. And by so doing, we will have empowered them economically and politically to represent the citizens, and we'll start seeing the change in this country. Because young people are full of energy, full of ideas, and we need to support them in every way, through policy, but through also resourcing them. Yes.
Fantastic. So, in terms of sustaining this momentum, because yes, we are here today, we are having these discussions, but Kenyans, we have a problem of moving on very fast because there's always something happening. So talk to us about how do we, the sustainability aspect of it, how do we sustain the momentum as we are having conversations of democracy? Let it not just be about the high-octane politics that we are in, gearing up to the 2027 elections, then we move on with our lives as back to normal. Yeah, so how do we keep at it?
During Gen Z movement last year, you witnessed there were lots of space meetings.
Yeah.
Whether it was LinkedIn, wherever. And Twitter.
Yeah.
And I remember I could be in those meetings. There was one meeting that was for 11 hours.
I remember that.
Right?
Yes.
So, because we had a cause that we were all fighting for.
Yes.
The question is, what new cause do we have so that we keep the conversation now? Because it costed nothing. I was watching from home and I could move between Twitter spaces to see what are the discussions. So my clarion call is, let's keep these spaces active because they don't require massive resources to keep. They require your presence, your thoughts well researched, and your contributions, right?
Right.
By so doing, we will be connected and be speaking with one voice. But as an organization, we have this event. Now we have another one coming in December, November, December, annual democracy, human rights and festival. Still is an annual democracy we need to celebrate. But these are coming 3 months after now, right? But how do you keep this momentum? Young people, we ask them to be leaders. And if they need facilitation, they always reach out. Sometimes we have some solidarity resources, little, but can create that hosting and facilitate conversations and engagement across Kenya. The beauty about online spaces, it transcends boundaries. You have people participating from Europe and they're Kenyans in that word conversation.
Wow.
Yes.
Your parting shot, sir, as we conclude today. I mean, next year we will be here. I hope that we will be having a completely different conversation. We would have moved from conversation to commitment, from promise to the fulfillment of those promises. Yeah. So give us your parting shot.
My parting shot is the young people of this country have an immense potential to transform this country to a place where each and every one of us could aspire to live. And what they need support. They need catalytic support. The way you need to have a catapult to step on and jump for the journey to continue.
Right.
That is one.
Yeah.
The second one, we also need supportive institutions that ensures that the young people's voices are actually heard and actions are also following because of their discussions. Their involvement is not tokenism. Their involvement means we need to include their suggestions as and when needed, or as it is necessary, because there are always perspectives to ensure that we have a better Kenya.
Right.
The last one, let us celebrate the International Day of Democracy, because we have a democracy. We are not like other countries. You try to step on the streets, you are arrested and you are changed. So let's celebrate this democracy that we have today in our country to push for a better Kenya and a better Africa.
Wow.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, thank you so much for the privilege of your time.
Karibu sana.
It has been a pleasure having you on Power Radio.
Thank you.
And we hope that this conversation can continue again and again.
We'll keep on the conversation
All right.
and until the country is changed.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Karibu sana.
That has been our time with Mr. Jackson from Forum Civ there. You've heard from his tone. He's very hopeful that this conversation cannot just end at 1 hour, one Twitter space and here and there. We need to continuously sustain the momentum so that we can ensure that we are shaping this country forward and propelling democracy to where it needs to be. I will jump into some music right now. When we come back, we get into our next interview of the day. And just to remind you, again, we are here live at the University of Nairobi grounds for the International Democracy Day, courtesy of Forum Civ. And the theme of today is really reclaiming space and reimagining democracy. So if you are around town, make your way here so that we can continue these conversations together. So let me take a quick breather. I'll be right back after this short musical break. Do not move a muscle.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
Usiku wa joto, usiku wa manane, usiku usioishia katikati ya Julai. Tulikuwa na furaha, hatuku stress na uhai. Tulijua tu city lights ya Nairobi, they shine so bright. Remember dancing in the moonlight up until the sunrise. Strobe lights glaring oh so bright. Katikati ya July, ya July, ya July, ya July. Skin, follow the beat the whole night. Oh, we'd be disco queens, but that was way before our time. Our life is out, so we take it. So let's run naked, paint the city pink. We deserve to take it. Let's get our lick back, fight the system, we can break it. Chase our dreams until we make it. Dancing in the moonlight up until the sunrise. Strobe lights glaring oh so Kuna vile ningependa kukuona, nikwambie vile nimeshinda, nikueleze yalo moyoni. Kuna vile natamani kuwa nawe, uwe karibu nami, niwe karibu na wewe. But you are far away, so far away, so far from me. Roho yaumia, I am missing my baby. Roho yaumia, I am missing my baby.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Every morning and every
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are next with our next. We are up. What am I saying? It's been a lot of conversation. I beg your pardon. Yes, we are coming to you live from the University of Nairobi for the International Democracy Day, convening here, courtesy of Forum Civ. And let's get into our next conversation. Joined by Mr. Jermaine Musili. How are you?
I'm
Jeje.
good.
Hi, you well?
Yes, I'm well. Maybe you?
Mi ndiko salama sana. How are you feeling?
Amazing for
Yes.
the day.
Yeah.
Amazing for democracy.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So, for people who do not know who you are, kindly introduce yourself and tell us just a little bit about the work that you do.
My name is Jermaine Musili,
Yeah.
student at the University of Nairobi.
Yeah, you can talk to me as you.
of
We can talk.
International Relations
Yeah.
and Diplomacy.
Yes.
I also work with Youth African Symposia Forum,
Mm.
founded by Lisa. Lisa was very passionate and visionary about the global challenges that youths within Africa are facing.
Right.
Their voices being limited,
Yeah.
their voices being nullified,
Yeah.
youths being excluded. And Lisa said, you know what? No, that cannot continue. Lisa started by an online mobilization, collecting youths within Africa, formed a WhatsApp group where discussions were happening. Discussions still happen.
Yeah.
Issues women, issues democracy, issue governance, issue politics, everything that involves the youth, everything, every place where youths have been cancelled, Lisa decided to amplify the voice. Lisa decided to advocate for youths. Through digital platforms such as X, Lisa has been able to engage with these platforms,
Yeah.
the navigation of the platforms. So youths mobilize themselves. We are different. We are in different zones in Africa.
Yes.
So we need to communicate. We still need to raise our voice.
Yes.
We need to find a connection between our issues. And Lisa said, because we are in different parts of Africa, let us come together. Let us find a platform where we can talk our issues,
Yes.
where we can communicate matters religion,
Yeah.
debunk gender issues, gender gaps, age gaps. Yeah, that is basically Youth African Symposium Forum.
Awesome. And you know, today being International Democracy Day, as a young citizen of Kenya, what does this day mean for you?
It is in simple terms.
Yes.
I am the voice.
Yes.
I know my rights personally.
Yeah.
And you people, you work for us. We are the upcoming generation. For sure, we didn't vote last time, but this time we are going to vote.
Yeah.
And we need to be heard. We know what's right for us. We know what we want at this moment. We've done history. We've seen the patterns of history.
Yes.
We are trying to evade the patterns of history.
Yes.
We are trying to get into building the nation,
Yeah.
building ourselves. That is democracy.
Right.
Letting my voice as a citizen being heard.
Yeah. And, you know, when I know you're a young person, Gen Z perhaps, when you have conversations around democracy and governance, what is the feeling from your peers? Are they excited to be in such spaces and to have, you know, conversations and deliberations around being actively, being active participants of democratic processes?
Most of my peers, we are in a space of international affairs. So most basically they are interested, much interested than any other peer. And what I can say, they are deliberate in these engagements. They really want to focus on these talks.
Yes.
They really want to engage on these talks.
Yeah.
And different political views sometimes cause clashes that you want to cut someone off. But we need to get those views. We need to talk and discuss, see their views, see my views, find solutions, implement these solutions, share these solutions on talks, on other talks like this one.
Yeah.
We spread the word.
Yes.
We tend to spread the word.
Yes.
Because you have your views as a peer, I have my views as a peer, I have my political parties, you have your political parties, your political ideologies, I have my political ideologies. We need to collaborate this and form one memo that is going to be shared across the nation. Yeah.
Let's talk about social media, because a lot of your generation is using digital platforms. How can young people leverage the power of digital platforms to create it as a platform for democratic transformation?
Social media nowadays has been politicized much. You'll find political divide within social media, but it can also be used for democratic leverage. We can use our voices through either storytelling, fan caption, article writing, content creation. We have a lot of content creators on board that are of young generation. We can use these platforms to build democracy, to raise the voice of what is democracy, how democracy should be conducted, how democracy is weaponized, because democracy is used as a weapon in this age. And we can debunk how to navigate all these challenges. Social media has its weaknesses and also it has its strengths. So we need to leverage ourselves, make the strengths in high numbers. We have weaknesses at 4, strengths at 6. We need to use social media platforms. Also, podcast plays a very important role because podcasting is a social media element that can be used for democratizing political views to raise the voice of democracy. Yeah.
Right. And as a young Kenyan, are you mostly hopeful, or do you feel like there's no hope for where we are at as a country in terms of vouching for democratic transformation?
We are the shapers of the nation. So there is hope. There is hope that the nation will get to its stability. Many of us are going to school to get different degrees, different levels of education so that we can change this nation.
Right.
At the end of the day, it's for personal use, but you don't know that you're coming to change the nation with whatever skill that you're acquiring. That different sector, you're going to shape a different policy. That different sector that you're in, you're going to make a policy in that sector. That policy is going to get into the national politics or national amendments. And when it is in the national amendment, you're making change.
Yes.
So do not give up. Do not say you're not making change. Any different way you're doing things, you are making change. There is hope.
Absolutely.
Hope is there and it's bright.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much. As we wrap up our conversation, how can people find the work that you do and also yourself, and give us maybe your call to action for your fellow young people? How we need more of them to get into the conversations around democracy.
Thank you for hosting such a conversation.
Sure.
Fellow youths, not only youths, even the elderly, my call to action is that we need to save our nation because it is sinking, and we should not let it sink because we do not want to get into war. We do not want to lose our wealth. It's gonna go either way. So stand up for what is yours. Stand up for your space. Citizenship and patriotism are elements that are really important in our daily lives. Without you being termed as a Kenyan, you have no place to be. So fight for that Kenyan citizenship. Please do fight for it. Hard and hard enough.
Right.
Where you can get our work, you can get us on X, Youth African Symposium Forum. You can get us on Instagram at Youth African Symposium Forum. Myself, Jermaine Musili on LinkedIn. That is the only social media platform that I'm allowed at.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Also, Facebook, Jermaine Musili.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jermaine, for stopping by on Power Radio. We have
Thank
to have
you.
an exclusive interview with you.
Thank you.
Please, so you'll come, ndio?
Yes, I will.
Sawa sawa, asante sana.
Karibu.
That has been our time with Jermaine Musili right there. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we will get into our next interview of the day. Again, it's a whole day affair of International Democracy Day, live at the University of Nairobi grounds for deliberations and conversations about democracy. How do we reclaim space? How do we reimagine democracy? Engage us in our comment section there on our YouTube channel, that is Power Radio. And you can also call in live if you want to, so that we can continue this conversation. For now, some music, then we will be right back after this.
Rise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio. That you are far away, so far away, so far from me. Royal Mia, I am missing my baby. Royal Mia.
On archaic laws that were generated by the colonialists, those laws were supposed to have controlled us, not to have liberated us. So that must stop, and we must reclassify those that we still think can give us order and peace, but also in the form of rights and freedoms. Thank you.
Law and order. Give it up for Eric. So I will further guide that we can take a minute as you give your final thoughts and respond to your questions.
Yes, thanks once again. Let me use this opportunity as I share my final thoughts to also promote our recent work that we are doing in light of this event. We just concluded a research report at the Institute for Development Studies with my two senior colleagues, and this project is on Kenya's democratic resilience, and pretty much what we are discussing, it is discussed in the paper. As Eric has alluded to, let us run away from the simplistic electoral democracy, appreciate democracy encompasses a number of facets, and in all those facets, we are citizens. We are actually at the center of it. In the conclusion, we do say that what we need as a country is to strengthen our participative civic culture, and you allowed me to talk about how we can strengthen civic education through experiential learning. I was happy to share my own appreciation through those case studies I cited, and therefore we need to re-engineer our civic education, and such forums are quite useful and rich discussion, allow our minds, young people, to be empowered so that we can be able to question the exercise of power, we can be able to see accountability mechanisms working as envisioned in the Constitution. I also take this opportunity through Forum CIV to warmly welcome you today at 6 p.m. We are having further discussion through the Brookings Institution. We are going to discuss the state of democracy in Africa, and I look forward to seeing all of you at 6. So thank you once again.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Otele. A hand of applause for Dr. Otele. Yes, Hussein, your final thoughts?
Thank you. Yeah, and I want to respond to Sungu Oyo's concern, the question, how do we strengthen democracy? And I think this is a very special event. We're having presidential candidates coming here, so...
And first ladies.
Exactly. Yeah, so for me, I believe the best way to strengthen democracy is to empower the masses. We have a very passive, populace in Kenya, and that is the problem. People who think.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Program them are recruiting. Catechist of Moloch, harvest solution. Powerful, high place.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Again, as promised, we are back with our next conversation of today. It's really a buzzing environment today here. We are coming to you live from the University of Nairobi town campus for the International Democracy Day event that has been convened by Forum Civ. And the theme of today is Reclaiming Space, Reimagining Democracy. And we are going straight into our next conversation. We are joined by Mr. Jeremiah from Semezana. It's so good to have you on Power Radio.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing? How are you feeling this afternoon?
I am doing well, feeling very revived as a young person in the country.
Right.
Even as we celebrate democracy in our country and even internationally.
Yes.
I'm very happy and glad.
Awesome. Karibu sana. So
Asante.
for somebody who might not know who you are and also some of the work that you do at Semezana, kindly introduce yourself and tell us just a little bit about the work that you do at Semezana.
Very well. Thank you so much. Once
Yes.
again, my name is Jeremiah Mowo. I am a host in a digital platform called Semezana Live. It's a youth-led digital platform where we host conversations for change, centered around youth in governance, gender equality, mental health awareness, as well as environmental sustainability.
Right.
So we engage young people, popularly known as Gen Zs across the country. And our platform is majorly on YouTube and Google webinars.
Awesome.
So we do webinars around those topics that I've mentioned and engage young people in seeing how, after conversing, how do we transform that to change in our communities.
Right.
Yes.
So, when you hear International Democracy Day and the theme for today being Reclaiming Space and Reimagining Democracy, as a young Kenyan, do those two terms ring some bells for you?
Indeed, they do.
Yeah.
The aspect of reclaiming space is really so dear to me, simply because looking at the work that I do and other young people do, we were used to old people, I'll air quote that, or our parents, for instance, are the ones who really take the aspect of democracy so serious, from voting to choosing leaders. So for us as young people, we've been able to reclaim that power and be able to take up the space of practicing democracy, not only now through voting, or even as we expect to vote in 2027, but also through engaging the different policies that have been formulated by government and other acting institutions, from the government as well.
Yes.
So to me, today is very dear because I reclaim power and space to exercise democracy from the point that I am in through my platform Semezana, where I educate young people civically as we try to see how we can be able to transform our political landscape.
Right.
Yes.
What opportunity did you see, because clearly that's an opportunity you saw there and you were like, I have to hop onto the digital platforms to ensure that the space is opened up. And how has the reception from young people been so far with the interaction with your platform?
Very well. So after the 2024 June protests, 25th, of course we had a lot of X spaces with these conversations coming on board where a lot of young people plugged in. But the gap that I saw is that X is also an app that is quite unfamiliar. Yeah, because for me, it took me a year to know how to use X properly. Mind you, I'm a Gen Z.
Right.
So for some of us, we've interacted with Google webinars through classes. So it's a space that I saw it's untapped. It's not filtrated by a lot of people. It's a matter of maximizing it to be Gen Z friendly. So I was able to tailor webinars as a platform for young people to take up and be able to, come on board and engage with. And I'll say now the reception, it has been very, very nice.
All right.
We actually celebrated our first year anniversary last weekend on Saturday. Thank you so much. On 13th of September this month.
Yeah.
And so young people have been able to take up and embrace even the new way of engaging via webinars, not only TikTok, which is so common, as well as X or even Instagram lives. Webinar is a space that now they are really embracing it and even suggesting topics which we bring up in a very catchy Gen Z way, but we still center them in the trajectory of change.
Right. I know we have to go back to the panel discussion. So as we wrap up our conversation today, what would your charge to young people be as pertaining their involvement in democracy?
I would say democracy is something that we ought to uphold. We always say the people shall.
Yes.
But when they shall, what next?
What next?
Yeah, so from our tagline, Conversations for Change, we'll sit down and converse. We need policies changed, ABCD changed, but what next?
What next?
So whatever we do, let's aim it at change.
Awesome.
Yes.
Jeremiah, thank you so much for speaking to us.
Anytime.
It's a pleasure and good job. You're doing a fantastic job. Maybe you'll come back and we focus on the work that you're doing at Semizana sometime, yeah?
Yes.
Awesome.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we have to go back to the panel discussion. So please stick around. Stay tuned in to Power Radio as we get the panel discussions live happening here from the University of Nairobi grounds at the International Democracy Day event happening now.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
To help remedy this situation. And for me, I never shy from saying that for Kenyans to help the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, for Kenyans to help IPOA and other constitutional commissions, simply actually to demand for accountability from the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. Where we don't do what we are supposed to do, demand for accountability. What will happen is you give me a chance now to say why I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing. Let me give you a quick example. The Senate Committee on Human Rights, Justice and Legal Affairs gave us some work to do. And then shamelessly, or for something closer to that, they do a letter to us to go and explain what we've done as to their demand. That was about 2 months ago. And I was very, very happy because I prepared my report very well. And I just asked them, and one of them was Okia Obutata and others. I asked them, you gave us the job, okay? And you do a very terse demand letter asking for results. I asked them, how much money did you allocate? Or if you don't allocate money as Senate, did I hear you anywhere making demands that the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and other independent institutions should be funded to do now what we're demanding from us? You know what their answer was? We'll call you in a month's time. It's now 2 months after. So for me, I think the best thing is for Kenyans to demand for accountability so that you give us an opportunity also to say the things that are happening in our spaces. For me, the action that we must replicate is we must organize more spaces like this. Let's have these discussions everywhere. It doesn't have to be a big hall like this one. Every village market, every class, every pub, every hotel, every office, let's have these discussions. And I'm very sure, as I wind up, Kenyans are very, very mad. They're just lacking the space. The guy who dropped me in the morning, a stranger, the guy ranted and ranted for 2 hours about how bad this country is, a Uber driver. And I just told him, I'm actually going for a meeting where we are going to discuss those things you are ranting about. So I'm sure if a Uber driver is looking for an opportunity to discuss these things, if we have more of this in every village, in every space that we have in this country, the better for us. And then my final remarks, there's no two ways about it. Fidelity to the Constitution. Every Kenyan, whether you're in that old house in the hill, whether you're in parliament, whether you're a villager, whether you're a farmer, whether you're a student, we must operate within the rule of law. Because that is what is messing this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Organize, organize, organize. Organize, organize, organize. Thank you very much. Final thoughts, Kimberly Grace, as you respond to a question.
Thank you so much. For me, I'd say if you think you're angry, then you're not angry enough until you attend sessions of Sungu. He teaches us a lot about the freedom songs and makes you more angry. So on to strengthening civic participation. When you check around, you can see pieces of art from our own youths. Why don't we support them so that we can have more of this going? And we also have to make alliances with the civil society. You see the lawyers around, when you're caught, when a Subaru comes for you, that is when you will know if you have no number of a lawyer or any other person, you are doomed. You see the way Albert went, had he had connections with the other people, we would have known maybe he's in danger and came at the moment of need. And as I conclude, I would want to say the digital activism is not a replacement of the traditional activism. It is just a catalyst. When we say Cyril in numbers, you don't have to just repost. Kuja kwa ground. You see, when you repost na ibaki hapo, the noise will not even change a policy. So it is not a replacement, but a catalyst. And upon our working, we have to work with a clear roadmap, and we also have to have structure. You cannot just make noise online, and now when you're told, what do you want? You don't know what you want. You'll be taken for granted. And just as my predecessors have said, 2027 is coming, and we have to go for these elective posts. Let us not be in a situation whereby these elderly are the ones making for us decisions, yet we as youth, we have our own challenges, we have our own problems, which they know nothing about. You know, you cannot stay in a place where you've seen museum for 10 years, and now you want to make a decision for that young kid and say, this museum has to be demolished, we need to have buildings or houses here. That cannot happen. We have to let them decide what they want. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kimberly Grace. And for those thoughts, we must be more than keyboard warriors. Sindio. So as Festus gives his final remarks, I know Ashley's government is here. So if someone can pass the mic there, so there could be some final remarks on her behalf.
Thank you, Chelimo. Let me deal with the aspect of hope. Is there hope? Yes, there is hope. Let me tell you, four years ago, nobody would have thought that you would have senior police commanders charged for crimes against humanity in this very country. That would not have been possible. Nobody would have thought that an officer commanding station would have been sentenced to death for killing an inmate in the cells. Nobody would have thought that that would be possible. But it is possible, and it has happened. Why has it happened? Because Kenyans pushed for opening of the democratic space and establishment of oversight agencies. And that has led to actually accountability in those fronts. Things people would never have thought possible have happened in this country. But more needs to be done. And the way that can happen is we continue pushing for the opening of the democratic space. The more you call for accountability, police accountability, the more you push us. The more you push us, the more we push the doors in parliament, the more we push the doors of the executive to open space to ensure there is more accountability. Let me tell you, there are cases that are currently in court that would never have seen the light of day in courts was it not for public pressure from Kenyans to ensure that there is actually accountability. So what is the one thing we must do to ensure that we continue opening the civic space? Continue calling for accountability. The more you call for it, the more we push for it, and we will get it. So there is hope. So continue pushing for civic space and more accountability, and we'll get there. So there is hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hand for Mr. Kinoti. And finally, just let us know who you are, what you do at the university, yes, on behalf of the president of Machakos University. final thoughts.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
My name is Joy Molipol. I am the academic secretary at Machakos University. And on behalf of my president, mine is to say that let's raise our voices and take part. And let us all be confident in whatever we do. Let us trust ourselves as the young people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And in conclusion, I'm hearing we need to engage, right? We need to organize, we need to seek for accountability, and we need to safeguard our constitution. Is that right? So I know there's one, I would say Kenyans on the front line, and I think Hussein and Sungu will help me. We usually say women on the front line, but Kenyans on the front line? You say organize, educate, liberate. First we organize. In our organizing we liberate. We educate first. Liberate, celebrate. Kenyans on the front line. Organize, educate, liberate. Kenyans on the front line. Organize, educate, liberate, celebrate. I think that is a good way to conclude the call to action today. So thank you very much to the panel. And for Ashley, your academics rep said some closing remarks on your behalf. And thank you very much for everyone who is here. I know our time is much gone. And so I will ask the panel to first give it up to our audience, to clap for them. Thank you for engaging. And you can also give it up for the panel. Thank you very much. I have been your moderator, Chelimo Njoroge. I work at Forum Civ, managing our programs that work in democracy, human rights, gender equality and governance, alongside Winnie and Titus, who are also program managers at Forum Civ. So thank you very much.
Asanteni sana. As they're taking a group photo, see we can...
Tender hands, tender hands. Why won't you let go? Of your tender heart, tender heart. Maybe you'll grow, you know. Count to 3. Take a step. Count to 3. Take a breath. His tender smile, his pretty wild. But sometimes I get unsure why his heart feels cold. Her tender lies, ooh, her tender lies. They burn off his skin, his fire. I see him think of her sometimes. Still he counts 2, 3. It takes his tender hands.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio. Welcome back to Power Radio, and we are live on location at UON Chandaria Center, and this is the International Day of Democracy that has been organized for us courtesy of Forum CIV, and we are having conversations about democracy. We are reflecting on how far we have come as a nation since independence, and also since the promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, which we say on paper is perfect. And the questions we're asking ourselves is, since we have such a beautiful constitution, why is it that conversations about democracy seem to elude us, and the reality of what it means to actually have a democratic state? And I'm not having this conversation by myself. I'm joined here by a phenomenal gentleman. He goes by the name of Trevor, and he's a student leader, Secretary General of the Law Society in Rara University. And yes, welcome to Power Radio.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, and how have you been finding the forum so far?
It's been profound, insightful, and incredibly informative.
All right, and is there anything that has been said so far in any of the sessions, the forums, that has really stood out to you or has left you with a taste in your mouth, good or bad?
Oh, so where do I begin? It's been amazing. It's been entertaining. It's been, like I said, insightful.
Yes.
But mainly, as what regards, what I'm taking away from this session is that there's hope.
All right.
As far as we've come, there's still so much further we need to go. And my main question for the panelists was, how do we give not just ourselves, but the people who have been disenfranchised, who have been marginalized, how do we give them hope that there's a better tomorrow if they exercise their democratic rights, their constitutional rights? And a gentleman from IPOA was very clear and very straightforward. He said, there is hope. We have come far. We just need to look at the results of what has happened once we've exercised that right. Once we've put pressure on the authorities, we've been able to have OCSs being sentenced to death because of their unconstitutional acts.
Not enough, but
still, it's a step in the right direction. It's that evidence that gives us the hope that we need to keep pushing forward, to know that this is the right fight to keep fighting.
All right, beautiful. And as one of our learned friends, we have been having so many conversations about what is unconstitutional, what is not constitutional, and something that has come under attack is our right to expression, the freedom of expression in our country, and particularly young people have been under attack from the government, I would say, and it has been said there time and time again that we are in a rogue regime where everything that we would like to exercise as a freedom to dissent corruption and unjust actions in our country essentially criminalizes us. We've been called treasonous criminals. There's no name we've not been called, and as somebody who is just going up the ranks and will find yourself, or probably already have, in those big seats, where you get to make decisions or help the rest of us, common wananchi, to understand what the law propagates and what it has. What would you have to say? Do we have a future in terms of freedom of expression? And should we continue to post our anger online? Should we continue to use social media? Or are we eventually all gonna be thrown in prison because they always find a back end that does not exist? But it happens. Yeah.
So 2024 represented a remarkable turning point in our country's politics.
Okay.
It's now when people started organizing, not just according to tribal lines, but now as a genuine what Jamii, what
tribeless, faceless Kenya.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All of us just came together and said enough is enough. Things need to change. That, as I've said, is a step in the right direction. In terms of our freedom of expression, we just need to. There's this principle called constitutions without constitutionalism.
Okay.
We've been living like that. We have a remarkable constitution.
Right.
It's one of the most progressive that's ever been processed, and it provides a framework to make Kenya probably one of the greatest democracies this world has ever seen.
And where are some people, even if I do say so myself?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
But what is not happening is we don't have leaders who are actually, loyal to this constitution, who are actually implementing its profound values. What we need to do is put ourselves in those positions as, the youth,
Okay.
And as not just as the youth, but also to demand good leadership. One of my lecturers once said, if you want good leadership, you have to demand it. If you want to demand it, you have to believe in it.
Okay.
So I do believe that, one, we should continue, being keyboard warriors.
All right.
But as was said inside there,
Yes.
we shouldn't just stay keyboard warriors.
Okay.
We have to turn that into actual activism on the streets. Being social media activism is not a replacement for actual activism.
Okay.
So we should combine the two so that we can actually fight for our freedoms of expression, and so that one day we can actually get to the point where we are not fearful that if we speak out, if we send a tweet, we're going to be locked up and killed in a prison cell.
Yeah.
We need to work towards that, to that ideal, and to the ideals that are embodied in our constitution.
I think, Trevor, that's really profound what you've said about, us being keyboard warriors, working hand in hand with doing the work on the ground, grassroots. And you did make a comment there, your question about the marginalized people and how we give hope to people who time and time again have been forgotten, for lack of better words, people that have, suffered the brunt of corruption, lack of resources or mismanagement of resources. So now with those of us that are privileged enough to have received education, exposure, and we are here in this, we have a seat, some version of a seat at the table, and we're having this conversation. What do you think is the bridge for today's young generation to reach, to those people that we say have been forgotten? Because a lot of them are relatives, distant relatives. It's just a few kilometers drive and we start getting to those forgotten places of this country. What do you think the bridge would be for us to get out of our privilege, to get out of, get away from the seats at the table and this conversation, the comfort of just having cute discussions and getting to the people on the ground? What do you think can be done so that we become truly one people with one voice?
You've used the perfect words there. Comfort zone.
Okay.
Get out of your comfort zone. Go to the places you've never been to before. Like, quick question, have you ever been to Turkana? No. Yes. Prime example. I'm not to single you out.
No, it's okay.
I personally have never been there.
Yes.
But we need to go there. We need to get to these people. We need to explain to them that we need to give them that hope that I was talking about and that has been expressed time and time again. We need to show them that we have been making these steps and it has worked. So if we continue going through this, if we continue exercising our rights, if we continue believing that there's a better tomorrow for all of us out there, and we communicate that to them, not in a condescending manner like, oh, I'm more educated than you.
Yes.
No, we come to them, we sit down with them and we just have a genuine conversation about their needs and how those needs can be addressed if they exercise their rights to vote, if they look beyond tribal lines and start voting based on what someone says they're going to do and their track record of delivery. If we do that, if we bring all our relatives, that's where we start. We start with our relatives, at our family gatherings, to just have a genuine, candid conversation about, what our local representatives have done for us, how they've delivered, what they need to improve on, and what we need to do as people, as voters, to actually deliver ourselves the leaders that we need to get us to where we want to be.
Wow, that is really, really well said. And now just bringing it back this side to the hubs of education, back in the urban spaces and in young people's leadership spaces, one of which you're privileged to hold a position in such a place. What would you say is a role of student leadership? Because I think, I would say Babu Awino is a good example of how we have seen somebody that was committed, to have at the heart of the people, and, the people said, Babu forever, and now he's just one of the state machineries or just the drama, What is this? What is the role of student leadership, and how is it different, and how is it going to change from what we've seen? Just the universities, just churning out leaders that go and regurgitate the same nonsense that we've seen time and time again.
So as student leaders, we have we have a proven platform. We clearly have some sort of influence. So for us to be elected to these positions, we need to use that platform and our influence to mobilize people to start having these conversations with the marginalized groups, the people who feel like they've been left out, the people who feel like they've never had a seat at the table.
Yes.
We as student leaders need to be the drivers of these conversations.
Yeah.
We need to be the ones actually going out there, going to the people and discussing this with them. I'm actually also part of an organization called Tumaini Outreach Foundation.
All right.
What our mission is to actually go out there and meet with these marginalized groups and explain to them not just their civic rights, but also their their social and economic rights
Right.
that are guaranteed by our constitution and by the fact that they're just human beings as well. They communicated inside there that most of these rights are not given by the state or even the constitution. It's just they're inherent rights.
Yes, human
Means
rights.
Human rights. The fact that you're human, you're entitled to them.
Right.
We explain these to the marginalized groups and to people who have never had people actually come and care that much about them. We, as student leaders, need to use our platforms and our voices to be the leaders and drivers of this conversation.
All right, I love that. And speaking of being drivers of conversations and this the conversion, the change that we are looking forward to seeing, accountability is a big thing, and something that was said in the conversation in the panel that we've just been privy to is the fact that we need to be in a position. I think it was Hussein who alluded to the fact that we don't call each other out. You know, especially the people who hold positions of power. For example, police officers don't call each other out. The bosses who understand that they have corrupt killer cops within their midst do not do anything about it. So now, from a vantage point of a student leader, you know, as somebody who I don't know, but I feel like if you're Kenyan, you've seen corruption near you, probably in the same room as you, probably in your organization. I don't know. It would be privilege if you haven't. But if you have, what would you say we need to do in terms of the patterns and the culture of accountability? Because I think that we exist in a very comfortable, it's really not my business, or just a hopelessness of there's nothing I'm going to do to change. So we keep silent so that we're not persecuted. What do you think can be done in that regard?
That hopelessness is something very real. It's something that I personally have related to several times in my life. I feel like, you know, it's such a big issue trying to change this culture of corruption, this culture of bribery, this culture of just a lack of accountability.
And half the time it's my friends.
Exactly. And half the time it's people I know, people like your parents giving a bribe to a cop or something. It's very weird. But it's as much as it's a very huge general like culture in this country that needs to be eradicated.
Right.
We think back to Wangari Maathai's hummingbird story.
Come on, show me for the trees.
You're just it doesn't matter if you're just one person. The little hummingbird did the best it could to try and put out the fire. Be the hummingbird.
Okay.
If we had 100,000, a million hummingbirds doing the best they could, we could actually put out the fire.
Yeah.
So that's what we need to do. It starts with you.
Okay.
It starts with you being the change you want to see in your school, in your community, in your household. Just be the change when, you know, you see someone not being held accountable.
Right.
Just be like, hey, that's not right.
Right.
You had a duty and
Right.
you failed to perform that duty.
Right.
Hold people accountable. It is scary, especially in this climate.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what's going to happen to you.
Because snitches get
Stitches. Exactly. That's the scary part of it. But it starts with you, it starts with me, it starts with all of us, just doing the little that we can. As much as it's scary, as much as it's fearful, we just have to be courageous and we just have to genuinely believe that this is what is needed to advance our country forward.
All right, I love that. So what I heard from that is do it, be scared, but do it scared. Do it anyways.
Yes, just do it anyways.
Yeah. So from Trevor, I think we've been left with some very useful and very hopeful advice of just be the hummingbird.
Yes.
You know that whatever it is that you're doing in your corner of the world actually makes a difference. So just give yourself a shout out. Where can we find you on the socials?
I'm not very active on social media, but
do better.
You can find me at Trevor.Hannington on Instagram.
Okay.
LinkedIn, you can find me at Trevor Hannington.
Okay.
That's mainly where I am.
Okay.
Yes, and of course, if you want to just come see me in person, drop by Riara.
Okay.
Ask the law school for Trevor Hannington. They'll give you my number. We can talk. We can always just have a chat.
All right. So thank you so much for your time and continue doing a good job. The young people of Kenya appreciate people like you, and I'm looking forward to seeing you somewhere on a bigger screen, on a bigger platform, because like you said, one hummingbird at a time.
Yes, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you so much for platforming voices like mine and for everyone else here. Thank you so much for showcasing this event.
All right.
It's, again, one of those tiny steps that we need. Thank you so much.
Yes, and for you guys that are watching and listening, you guys are the real superstars. So we are going to be back as we continue this conversation. Actually, we are wrapping it up because we need to go eat and do better for our country. So we are going to see you guys on another edition of another conversation about democracy. Kamakawa on Wednesday. Keep it Power Radio on all the socials. I have been your host, Caroline Morote. This is Trevor. And from me and the team and us here, Forum Sieve and Power 254, it has been a day. Goodbye.
From sunrise to sunset, all day and night.
Power Radio.
I wanna taste the cocoa butter off your skin. Your body language tells me that you let me in. The way your eyes light up whenever I am here. I'm up for the taking, I'm eager to taste it. This is a connection that's not regular. Your skin all on my skin, I don't know where to start. I don't know how to fight it. With you I can't deny it. The way you got me feeling so impeccable. I just wanna taste the cocoa butter off your skin. I just wanna smell the cocoa butter off your skin, yeah. And everything you doing, you got me floating. And I'm high up off your love, I can't control it. Yeah, you got my body on fire. I can't ignore it. So bad that I can't get enough. Imekuangori, yeah. But I'm not holding up, baby. You only got me for yourself. Our bodies are soaking in pleasure. I wouldn't want nobody else. I just wanna taste the cocoa butter off your skin. I just wanna taste the cocoa butter off your skin. I love the journey that I'm taking when exploring your mind. Oh my, I'm astounded. Such a detailed design. Well, in short, I'm just saying you exactly my type. And you can tell by the way I'm trying to get your eyes on mine. And oh my, you got me slipping, boy. The way I'm speechless, they need to admit I'm tripping for you. Yeah, I admit it fully. That you done got me and stopping is what I didn't owe you. I'm in my feelings so big, you're so intriguing, true. I wanna taste it, taste it, taste it. I wanna taste it, taste it, taste it. I just wanna taste the cocoa butter. I just wanna taste the cocoa butter.
There's a quarantine outside, ain't nobody leaving. It's after Valentine's, not yet July, and I wish it wasn't raining here. Oh. And I know you don't believe when I said I miss you more. But you don't know what I give to walk right to your door. Just to hear you say everything will be alright. Shit happens for a reason. We're finding ways to pass the time, searching for new meaning. I'm thinking maybe it's a sign for me and you to take this time to reset and rewind. There's a loneliness inside. We on the phone for hours. And we're laughing about all the times I never bought you flowers. Watching movies, getting high, writing songs to stay alive. Hope we make it out together, together, yeah. And I know you don't believe when I said I miss you more.